everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in Python. So in this video, we'll be building a full stack medical AI chatbot with Python and LangChain. So for the front end part, we're going to use Next.js, and for the back end, it's going to be Python Flask and all of the other implementations. So if it's interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So here's the problem we are solving. So let's say doctors deal with thousands of medical conditions every single day, and when they need to quickly reference something, let's say a drug interaction or a rare symptom, they need to have to search through a massive medical textbook if at all they're unsure. So that basically takes time, and in medicine obviously time matters. So we're going to build this fully fledged medical AI chatbot that's going to help out doctors in this case. So let's check this out. So let me just reload over here. Okay, I think my front end is not yet running, so I'm going to say yarn run dev, enter. So yeah, there you go. As you can see, this is our initial login screen because the user is not yet logged in or registered at this point of time. We can try to register and we have a really clean looking UI for our AI chatbot. I'm going to press on register over here. As you can see, it comes into this specific page. So I'm going to say full name, any random name just like this, and email as well. And I'm going to go ahead and then create a password and create account, and boom, just like that, once we are registered, we are navigating to the main AI chatbot. That is going to look something like this. Okay, towards the left hand side, we're going to have all of the chats that is done by this specific user, just like similar to GPT or Claude or any other AI chatbot. Alright, so over here towards the right hand side, as you can see, we're going to show all of the chat messages that the user or doctor is going to chat with the AI. So currently, if at all there is no chat, we're just going to show hello username, and this is an AI powered medical assistant trained on the Gale Encyclopedia of Medicine. That is the 3rd edition. Okay, that's the source which we have used. All right, so and based on that, the user can ask any question that is there within this particular encyclopedia. So as I said, for a new chat, it is going to show this particular information and all of these suggested questions. The user can go ahead and then ask any of such questions. So now let's say I'm going to enter a question over here. I'm going to add the same question, that is, what are the symptoms of malaria? Okay, so as soon as I press on enter, the AI should start loading and it should give back the response in streaming, just like how GPT or Claude gives. I'm going to press on enter over here. There you go, the question is over here and it's currently thinking, that is the MedBot. And boom, just like that, you were able to see the answer in streaming mode, and it has given the correct answer. That is, the primary symptom of all types of malaria is the malaria ache, which involves chills and fever, and all of these details as well. It has also given us other symptoms which may include all of these, that is fatigue, severe headache, nausea and vomiting. And it has also given your page sources from that specific encyclopedia, that is from where exactly it is fetching the information. So you can directly use that and you can head over to that page and then you can take a look at it. So these are all of the page citations that it's going to give. That is the sources from the Gale Encyclopedia. So that's how your chat is going to work. So let's say when a doctor asks this question, that is, what are the symptoms of malaria? In our case, we just don't ask GPT-4o from its memory. That is, just by using the API key. We actually are going to search the Pinecone where all of our vectors are stored in the form of chunks. So we're going to ask Pinecone for the most relevant chunks from the actual encyclopedia, then feed that specific context to GPT-4o, which is going to generate this particular structured accurate answer with the sources. So this is not just a chat bot, so doctors can even register, log in, have multiple chat sessions just like this over here, and their entire conversation history is also saved. And as you can see, we're also gonna save the session title for that specific session. So as you can see, it has got saved as what are the symptoms of malaria. That's looking pretty good. So let's say I'm going to enter one more question. You can press on the new chat. A new chat is going to get created for this particular user session. There you go, that's working properly fine. I'm just going to ask what are the symptoms of tuberculosis and then enter. There you go, it's currently loading. It is currently new chat over here. Once it completes, it's going to say the proper session title for this specific chat. There you go. Just like that, it has given all of the results for this specific one, and also it has given the source citations, that is from where exactly it is getting all of the details. So this is really good. So let's say now I'm just going to ask one more question, that is, what is the difference between your type 1 and then type 2 diabetes. Let's see what exactly it gives. And this is completely scrollable as well. There you go. It's giving in proper formatting as well, with all of the highlighted keywords over here. That is definition, causes, symptoms. As you can see, for type 1 diabetes, this is the information that's given. And for type 2, again, we have your definition, causes, symptoms, and then treatment. And further on over here, again, it's giving all of the source citations, or all of the sources from where it is gotten from the encyclopedia. And even the time is calculated, that is 7.3 seconds. Okay, you can also copy the answer with the help of your copy button. You just need to hover over it and you can copy this. Same thing goes for all of the other ones as well. So yes, that's what we're going to build. It's going to be a really good AI chatbot, and once you press on this button, it's going to close the sidebar and we can completely use the main tab for your answers with the AI. You can try to log out as well. There you go, and this welcome back. You can try to log in with the same email with which you logged in. It's going to bring you to that specific account. There you go, sign in, and boom, just like that, we have all of our sessions saved. As you can see, all of the chat is already saved. Same thing goes for the second one as well, and it's working properly fine. You can even delete a chat. Let's say I want to delete this, it's going to get deleted from this specific user account. So yes, that's what we're going to build it. And if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started with the project right away. So before starting the coding part, first of all, let's understand what exactly we're building in detail. All right. So we're building something called as MedBot. You can call it any kind of medical bot. So this is a production grade medical AI chatbot that allows doctors and medical professionals to query the Gale Encyclopedia of Medicine. So we are referring to currently the third edition of it. So I'm just going to say third edition. Okay. So instead of manually searching through thousands of pages, doctors can simply type their question inside a chatbot. That is what we're going to build. You might have already seen it in the demo, and they can receive the structured, accurate answers with source citations as well in just seconds. Okay. So that's what we're going to be building, that is from scratch, end to end. Now let's just check out your tech stack over here. All right. So we're going to have basically your data source that we just discussed. That is going to be your Gale Encyclopedia. So this, as I previously told, is going to consist about 4,500 pages of verified medical knowledge. We're going to use this as the data source. And next we're going to have your embeddings part. So for this, we're going to make use of your OpenAI text embedding 3 small. Then we're also going to have something called as your vector DB. That's important. So for this, we're going to make use of your Pinecone. That's going to be basically serverless. Okay. So this is managed, scalable, and free tier is also available. So no need to pay and all. Next LLM, we're going to use your GPT-4o. You can use your own LLM, whatever you're interested in. Next, for orchestration, we're going to use LangChain. For the backend, we're going to have a Flask plus your Python 3. Okay, that's basically a backend. So your front end is going to be Next.js, which is really good for front end development. That's going to be the website part. Next.js 16 styling part is going to be your Tailwind. Okay, next your database is going to be your Superbase. So database here, I'm going to say we're going to use Superbase for all of the chat part and login, logout, registration, all these things. Auth is going to be simple, your JWT part as well as your bcrypt for the password storing and password restoring as well. Okay, so this is basically your tech stack for the entire project. So the project structure is going to be pretty simple. It's split into 2 separate applications. Backend, as we discussed, it's going to be Flask and Python 3. and front end Next.js. So this separation actually makes it easy to deploy independently and Dockerize later as well. We're even going to do that as well. So now let's actually, understand your prerequisites for the project, what and all is required from your end if at all you're building this end to end. Okay, so first of all, before starting, make sure you have all of the following set up: your OpenAI account with your API key, which means you need to top up at least $5. That's pretty much useful for building more than 5 projects. Okay, for that you need to head over to platform.openai.com. Just $5 credit is more than enough. And you also need your Pinecone account. Pretty simple, just log in through Google or set up whatever is required. And as I told, free tier is available, so you can obviously use that. That's pretty good. Next is your Superbase account. Make sure you have this. Even this as well, free tier is available, you can use that. And on your Mac or on your Windows, whatever you're developing on, make sure Python 3.11 plus is installed, and then Node.js, and you can use your own editor for coding. I'm using VS Code. And for the data source part, make sure you have the Gale Encyclopedia of Medicine. I'm using the 3rd edition. You can just get it from Google itself. Just go and search for this keyword, and the first link from this particular website, just press on download. It's about 4,500 pages, as I said. So make sure you just download this, and we're gonna later use this while implementing the project. It's gonna take some time to open it, so just make sure you download this part. So yeah, these are the required things. Now let's get into the backend part and let's start writing all of the required things. So we have divided this into phases, so even a proper beginner can understand what we are building and they can learn from this. So it's going to be a really good project. And there you go, even this is opened. So yeah, this, as you can see over here, has 4,500 pages. Just press on download and then keep it into your download section. Now let's come back to your VS Code. So make sure you have created a blank folder with a good project name. I'm going to press on file and open folder. I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. This is the one, and this is the one I've created today, that is Dr. LLM app. You can give any project name you want to give. So make sure you create an empty folder and open it up with VS Code. That is what I've done over here. Now the next step is to create your backend folders. So I'm going to say mkdir-p backend /src and backend / your logs and backend / your data. So hopefully everything should be created. There you go. We have data folder, logs folder, as well as your src folder. So next I'm going to create your init.py within your src. I'm just going to say __ init.py. Now the next step is, let's try to create basically a virtual environment. So for that, here I'm going to say python-m. You might have used this when you are building projects in Python. So we're going to implement in the same way. That's going to be the command. There you go, it's done. Now let's try to activate it. As you can see, that got created over here. So to activate, it's going to be pretty simple. You can just try to say source, access that path, that is going to be venv virtual environment /bin, and we do have activate. Just try to call it over here. There you go. Just like that, we are in our virtual environment. So why venv? Because virtual environments, isolate the project dependencies. This prevents version conflicts with other Python projects that you have, that is on your machine, always activated before running any kind of Python commands. Okay, this is a really good, you can try to implement this in any kind of your Python projects. Now step 2 is going to be create your requirements.txt. That's going to be within your src folder, basically. I mean, not src, backend. And here onto the root level, I'm going to say requirements.txt. okay, so now make sure you go ahead and then paste all of these into your system. Okay, into this specific file, that is requirements.txt. These are all of the dependencies that we're going to use for building this up. Okay, so now let's try to install all of this. So for that, go into cd backend. Here I'm just going to say pip install -r your file name requirements.txt. Let's press on enter. There you go. It's installing all of the dependencies that are present in this file. Let's give it some time. And boom, just like that, we have installed all of these dependencies that we're going to use within the project. This step is complete. Now let's try to create a .env file, that is the environment file with all of your real API keys. Okay, so over here onto the backend, again onto the root level, I'm going to say .env. So I'm going to paste in a bunch of values over here that we're going to use within the project. You can try to take a look at it. So whenever we're going to run the application, we're going to come and fill up all of these details. So open API key, try to get it. You have on your side your Pinecone API key, Pinecone index name, your Pinecone environment. For now, let's leave this as default. Okay, apart from that, we can try to fill in the remaining ones. So I'm going to just fill in these ones. That is for the OpenAI LLM model, we're going to use this one. And OpenAI embedding model, we're going to use text embedding 3 small. This is the embedding dimension. The chunk size, your chunk overlap, Flask environment development, Flask port is 8080 we're going to use, log level is info. Once we are into the backend part, we can try to get in the superbase URL, your anon key, your service key, you can fill it with your own JWT secret as well as your JWT expiry hours. Okay, so yes, that's pretty much it. So we are done with this step, that is with respect to the env file. So now the next step is to create your config file that is going to be within your backend. I'm going to say backend config.py. So this is the single source of truth for all of your settings within the project part. Let's try to write down the code for this. Here initially I'm going to say import os, next from pathlib, import your path, from .env, import load_.env. Let's try to initialize the base directory over here. That's going to be path __ file .resolve .parent. I'll be explaining what exactly is happening once I finish writing the code, but the code is pretty simple to understand. Here let's try to initialize the load.env of the base directory. I'm going to say go into the .env file. Here I'm going to say define _require of your key, that is going to be in the form of a string. Here I'm going to say value is going to be equals to your os.getEnv of that specific key. Okay, if not of value, if that's not present, I'm going to say raise environment error. I'm going to say over here missing required env variable, and let's pass on the key over here. Else if all we do have it, then just try to return it. I'm going to say return of your val. That's it. So here now we're going to paste it for all of the required keys. I'm just going to show you how we're going to do it for a couple, and then I'm going to just paste it for the remaining ones. So the first one is going to be for the open API key. So here I'm going to say open_API_key. That's going to be of string. Here I'm going to say call that require of the exact spelling that you've passed in the env file. So OpenAI_API key. So this would get the value and then store it within this particular variable. Next, similarly for your Pinecone_key, this also is going to be in the form of string. Here I'm going to say _require of your Pinecone_API_key. Next one I'm going to say Pinecone index name. This as well is going to be of string, is going to be equals to require of your Pinecone_index_name. Here I'm going to say your MedBot _Gale. Yeah, as of now it's not yet set up. We're going to set it up in the form of code itself. We can manually set it up as well within Pinecone, but we're going to do it in the coding bit itself. So I'm going to paste it for the remaining ones. That's going to be for all of the variables that we have written in your env file. So there you go. I've just pasted in the remaining ones. You can take a look at it from the starting point. I'm just going to show you the code again, what and all I've written. Now let's understand what exactly this file does. So as I told earlier, this file is like a central configuration file for your entire application. So its main job is to, load the .env variables, that is all of these variables, and validate the required secrets. And it's going to create the app settings and make them available anywhere and everywhere within our project. So let's say instead of writing this, because previously we used to use this, that is os.get env of your key. Basically, throughout this project, you can directly import from your config. We can import this one or any of the key, whichever you want to use at that particular point of time. Okay, so that's the basic understanding of what exactly this does. So this require function is pretty simple. It basically checks, if required env variable exists or not. Else it just throws an error that is based on whatever we have written over here. Okay, so let's say you pass on this one, that is OpenAPI key. It is going to check over here, there is underscore require of your OpenAPI key. If at all the value is present over here, that is in this particular line, then it's going to return that and use it in that particular file. Okay, if not, it's going to raise this issue saying that missing required environment variable for this one, and then add your values. Okay, so yeah, that's the required thing. So you can try to take a look at it. These are all of the required variables that we're going to use within the config.py. You can note down all of these. Now this step is done. Now let's move on to the next step, that is to create your logging for the entire backend part, so it becomes easy for the user or you yourself as a developer to understand what exactly is happening, if at all there are any issues, or if at all everything is working fine as well. Okay, so before that, let's actually try to test this feature out, that is your config.py, and let's actually verify if at all we're getting any required values or not. I'm going to test this with the help of python-c import config. We're going to say print config.openai LLM model. It should give GPT-4o. So there you go. It's exactly throwing the error because it is working according to the code we've written. That is, if at all any kind of keys are missing, then it's going to throw this specific error, as you can see over here. Okay, so I think 5 keys are missing. You can try to fill some random values and then you can try to rerun the command. It should give you GPT-4. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one. That's going to be for the logger.py. So create a logger.py within the src folder over here, just like this. So here we're going to have a colored console with persistent file logging. Let's try to implement or write the code for this part. It's going to be pretty simple itself. Onto the top, I'm going to say import logging, import your sys package, then from your path lib, I'm going to say import your path. I'm going to have a try block over here. I'm going to say import color log. Here I'm going to say has underscore color is going to be equals to true. Next, your except block, I'm going to say import error has color is going to be equals to false. Alright, next here I'm going to say one more try block. I'm going to say from config import log underscore level, log underscore directory, except exception over here. I'm going to say log underscore level is going to be info. Next, your log underscore directory is going to be path of logs, then log underscore directory dot your mkdir. I'm going to say exit okay is going to be equals to true. So this basically over here is your color logging section. So what exactly is color log? A library that prints colored logs. For example, let's say for all we have an info which says server started, that's going to be in a green color, and if for all is an error which says database failed, it's going to be in a red color, and warning in some orange, something like that. That's what we are implementing. So here we're going to say if installed import color log, it's going to work, then your has color is going to be true, meaning use your colorful logs. If not installed import error, then in that case has color is going to become false, which means use your normal logging. The application is going to still work. Next is your config import section. That is what I've written over here in this piece of code block. So this is to attempt to load settings from your config.py. So let's say your config contains your log level as debug, your log directory as path to logs, then these values are gonna import. If it fails, then we're gonna have in all of these values. Okay, so now let's further continue, and then let's write down the get logger function. That is gonna be over here below this. I'm gonna say define get underscore logger, name of string, that's going to be logging.logger. Here I'm going to say logger is going to be equals to your logging.getLogger of your name. I'm going to check if your logger.handlers, then return your logger. Next, let's have in the level. I'm going to say get attributes of your logging, comma your log level dot upper, and then as well as your info as well. So logging dot info. Here I'm going to say your logger dot set level of your level. Here I'm going to check if has color, then I'm going to say fmt equals to your color log dot colored formatter. We do have this method. So I'm just going to add this along with the date format. I'm going to explain what exactly is this, and here I'm going to pass on all of your log colors within an object. So for debug, it's going to be cyan. For your info, it's going to be green. Next, for your warning, it's going to be yellow. Then for your error, it's going to be red. For your critical, it's going to be bold underscore red. That's it. Else, if it doesn't has color, it's going to use the normal itself. Again, I'm going to say fmt is going to be equals to your logging dot your formatter. That is just like this. And yeah, apart from that, here I'm going to say ch is going to be equals to logging dot, we need to use the stream handler of sys dot std out and set formatter to be of that specific format. Okay, next here I'm going to say your logger dot add handler of your ch. Here next fh is going to be equals to your file handling part. So logging dot your file handler of your log directory, that's going to be your MedBot dot log, and I'm also going to pass in the encoding as well. That is going to be UTF-8. Here next I'm going to say fh dot set formatter of the logging dot formatter. I'm just going to add the remaining part, that is logger dot add handler of fh, and then return the logger part. Now let's understand this function in detail, that is what exactly it does and how exactly it's going to work. That is your get logger function. So you can basically think of this function as a kind of factory. All right, so let's say this is going to return a logger, and furthermore it logs to the terminal, then it logs to the file, it uses colors as well, and uses proper formatting. So this is your function definition that we have written, that is just like this. Okay, so let's say we have input as auth, the output is going to be logger with respect to auth. First step we are doing over here is logging dot get logger of name, that is to create or get the logger. So example, let's say logger is going to be equals to logging dot get logger of your auth. Okay, something like that. Let's imagine this. So this creates a logger named auth. Later we're going to say logger.info, that is login successful. So it's going to show the time, your info as auth, and your message, that is login successful. So step 2 is to prevent the duplicate handlers. So here we're going to check if at all logger.handlers, then return logger. This is very important. So let's suppose your logger1 equals to get underscore logger of auth, and similarly we have logger2 as well equals to get underscore logger of auth. So without this check, handler added and then handler is added again, then it prints logger.info follow 2 times if at all we have that, right? So this line is going to say if logger.handlers, then return the logger, do not need to configure it again. That's the reason we have added that. And next, this is basically to set your log level info. Okay, that's pretty much it. Next we are trying to say for the color part. So next we have it for the colored formatter. We're going to check if has color, that is if at all your color log is installed, then format it, that is into this specific value that we have written. Meaning this is your time, it's going to show the time, let's say 12:30 and then 15 seconds. So 12:30:15. Next is your log level. It can either be your, let's say, info error warning. This is your logger name, that is going to be auth database rag. We're going to implement that in code, we'll be understanding that better. Next we have is your actual text, that is this one, and these are the log colors passed. Okay, else it's just going to log this one without the colors if at all the dependency is not installed. That's pretty much it. So these are all of your console handler part, that is with respect to the first code, that is ch equals to logging.stream handle of sys.stout. So this creates a handler that writes the logs to terminal as well as the console part, and we are also applying the formatting to it as well. And the next step is for your file handler. That's what we have done over here. This creates a log folder. Within that we're going to have the medbot.log. Okay, every log is also saved permanently over there. So yes, that's pretty much it about the logging part. We can move on to the next step. So by adding this logging, it's pretty useful, that is while developing any kind of APIs or backend part, you should be able to see proper logging over here. Now let's try to test this particular feature. So I'm going to say python -c import sys. I'm going to say sys.part.insert of 0 dot, and from your src.logger import the get logger. Let's try to implement all of these 4 things. That is, log is going to be equals to get logger of test, and I'm going to say log.info of logger is working. Similarly for the warning, let's press on enter, and boom, just like that. As you can see, this is for the info, this is for the warning, and this is for the error part. This is logger working, this is a warning test, and this is a error test. And these are the proper messages with the timestamps as well, info, warning, error. And these are the methods that we have used, and this is the message. So this is working based on this specific line of code. All right, so yeah, this part is done. Now we can move on to the next step, that is the PDF ingestion part. That's very important, that is phase number 2. So now let's actually understand what happens in phase number 2. That is going to be your PDF ingestion. Alright, so we basically load that PDF that we have downloaded, and we're gonna clean the text. Okay, and we're gonna split it into overlapping chunks. Okay, and over here each chunk becomes one vector basically. Okay, that is in your Pinecone. That is where all of our vectors are going to be stored, and the chunk size we're going to use is 800 characters with a 100 character overlap. This is done to preserve the context across the chunk boundaries. So your overlap is going to be for 100, and that is what we have passed in the env file as well. So let's just check out some key numbers, that is with respect to the metrics part. Okay, let's say we have around 4,505 pages. I mean, this is going to get into like, let's say 4488 pages, that is with actual content. So we actually have 17 blank pages. If you can notice that, these are going to be skipped. Okay. Next, this is going to get converted into 28,475 based on my previous project I've developed. This is the number of chunks. So now let's try to implement this properly in the form of code. We're going to create a ingestion.py. Okay, so let's go ahead and then write the code for this. So here I'm going to say src ingestion.py. First of all, onto the top, I'm going to import few packages. Import re, import your sys package. Next, I'm going to say from pathlib, import path. From your typing, import list. Next, I'm going to say from your LangChain.schema, import your document. Furthermore, from LangChain.text_splitter, import recursive character text splitter. And from your PyPDF, I'm going to say import your PDF reader. So the first package we have is for the regular expression. You're aware of sys, next pathlib, and then typing as well. So that's pretty simple. Next we have is for the LangChain.schema, import document. So this is considered as a LangChain document object. We're going to look into that in just a bit while writing the coding part. Next, we also have the recursive text splitter that we're going to use. So this is used to split the large text into smaller chunks. Okay. Next, we have the PDF part that is also required. Here I'm just going to add the simple piece of code over here. So here sys.path we are writing over here. So this is basically a list of directories where Python looks for modules when you use the import statement. Basically, Python searches these folders to find files like your import config and all of these details. And what does this resolve do? This basically converts it into an absolute path. So let's say /users, your name, your project, and let's say src and then ingest.py. And dot parents of 1, this gives the parent directories and it's going to access the first part. That's what we are trying to do it over here. And over here, I'm just trying to import your chunk size, chunk overlap, as well as the src.logger. And we're also trying to import the get logger functionality. Here I'm going to say log is going to be equals to your get_logger with respect to the name. Here I'm going to define a function that's going to be clean_text. So this basically takes in a messy text as input and it's going to return a clean text. That's what we are trying to do over here. So here we are trying to use a regular expression. I'll be adding the code for that, and you should be able to get the code online as well. That is gonna, take in a messy string as input and then give a proper clean text. That is going to be just like this. So you can take a look at it. So what this does in general, as I told, it's going to take in your messy PDF text that we're going to pass, and it's going to return the clean text. So first of all, we're going to say text.replace of this particular expression. So PDFs often contains, words like, let's say this, that is hello /r and then, world. So this basically converts it into a clean text that is hello and world. That's the reason we have used that. Next, this is to remove your excessive blank lines. All right, that is this piece of code. And the third line is to remove all of the page numbers because that are not actually required. So PDFs also do contain your special characters like, colon, your exclamatory mark, your hyphens, your dashes, commas, question marks. We're also going to remove that as well. We just want proper clean text that is from that particular PDF. We're also going to try to remove the extra spaces as well, that is with the help of this one. So as a whole, this function gives you a clean text in return, and we're returning the text.strip. Okay, that's it. This part is done. Now let's understand the next step, that is going to be load the PDF. I'm going to say define load underscore PDF. Here I'm going to say PDF underscore path. It's going to be of string. Here I'm going to say list of a document. First of all, let's do a proper check if at all it's accessible or not. I'm going to say path is going to be equals to path of PDF underscore path. I'm going to check the condition. If not path.exists, then raise a issue or throw a error. I'm going to say raise file not found error. This is the one. Here I'm going to say PDF is not found with this specific path. Okay, here I'm going to say log.info. I'm going to say loading PDF. That's going to be your path.name. Okay, so your reader is going to be equals to use that PDF reader method that we have used. Here it's going to be string of your path. Next, total underscore pages equals to length of reader.length. That's how we access this. Sorry, reader.pages, not length. Next, I'm going to say log.info. I'm also going to log the total pages as well. So total pages, that's going to be your total pages. Access the value. Next, I'm going to include the documents. So I'm going to say documents is going to be equals to empty array. I'm going to say for your page underscore num comma page in enumerate of all of your pages. I'm going to say start is going to be equals to 1 over here. So raw equals to page.extract text or a empty string. I'm going to call the clean method. So clean is going to be equals to clean text and pass in all of the raw text. So exactly we are doing the same thing. Call this function, provided some messy text, it's going to give you back the clean text. So this is the raw text you're passing over here within the function parameter. Here I'm going to check if your length of clean is less than 50, then I'm going to say just continue. Okay, so furthermore over here I'm going to say documents.append of your document. Here pass on the page content, that's going to be the clean value that is obtained from the function, and all of your metadata as well. So once that's done, I'm also going to show the logging part as well. There you go. That is just like this. Try to add the metadata as well as show the logging part over here. So here within the for loop, we're trying to process through all the pages, that is loop through all the pages and extract the text for each page. That is how we are going to do it over here and pass it on to the function. Okay, and ignore all of the tiny pages. So check if at all length of clean is less than 50, then try to just continue. That's how we ignore this. So this is how you're trying to create a LangChain document. So we're going to say document of documents.append and pass on this document. This is going to take in your page content, that's going to be clean, as well as the metadata. So it's going to look something like this. Okay, document page content, patient has fever, metadata page 10. So you might have understood how exactly that's going to look. And over here basically I've implemented the log.info loaded length of documents pages with the content and then return all of the documents part. So that's how we load the PDF. Next method is to chunk all of the documents. Let's go and then write that as well. So here, let me write down that function that is going to be your define chunk documents. This in turn is going to take in documents that is going to be of type list of document, and over here I'm going to say list of document. All right, here I'm going to first of all initialize my splitter, and I'm going to use recursive character text splitter. Pass on the chunk size, that is going to be equals to your chunk size, comma your chunk overlap equals to chunk overlap. It's also going to have all of your separators as well. Just make sure to add in that, and the length underscore function, that is going to be your length. That's it. Here I'm going to say log.info chunking length of documents. Here I'm going to say pages, and then your size is going to be equals to your chunk size. All right, and your overlap is going to be equals to your chunk overlap. Just try to show that value. So next over here I'm going to say your chunk is going to be equals to your splitter dot split underscore documents. We do have that method, and pass on the documents. And I'm going to make use of the for loop. I'm going to say for I comma your chunk in enumerate of your chunk. So this should basically be chunks, not chunk. Here I'm going to say your chunk dot your metadata with respect to your chunk underscore id is going to be equals to I. Then next chunk underscore metadata with respect to your character underscore count is going to be equals to your length of chunk dot your page content. It should be dot, not underscore. All right, here I'm going to say average equals to sum of c dot metadata of your character count, okay, for your c in chunks divided by your length of chunks. Here I'm going to say log.info created length of chunks or the average size is going to be your average, and here we're going to say return chunks. You can take a look at it. These are the required things. So let's understand what your chunk document does. So as the function suggests, it's going to take in the page documents, and then it's going to return it into smaller chunks. So we're going to make use of LangChain's recursive text splitter, and we're going to pass in the chunk size. So here we have passed in chunk size as 800, that is within the env file. So the way this is going to work is chunk 1 is going to have 800 characters. Let's see over here, your chunk 1 equals to 800 characters. Your chunk 2 is going to be equals to again 800 characters. Okay, and remember we also passed in that chunk overlap equals to chunk overlap. In our case, overlap value is actually 100. So we have chunk 1, that is 1 to 800, and since we have passed the overlap, chunk 2 is going to be equals to 700 to 1500. That is basically your 100 characters is set to be repeated. So here it's already 1 to 800 in chunk 1, whereas in chunk 2 again we are taking it from 700 to 1500. So as you can see over here, 100 characters are repeated. So this basically is going to preserve the context. That's why we have added the 100 character overlap. Okay, so next we've added the separators, that is all of these values, that is going to be splitting your paragraph, line, sentence, and then the word. So that's it, and we have just tried to use the splitter documents of the documents once we have gotten all of the values over here. And over here we are trying to add the metadata that is within the for loop. So this is just to add a unique ID and then pass on the value for that. That's it. We are also going to have the character count as well along with the chunk ID, and that's pretty much it. So this is basically going to calculate your average chunk size. Okay, that's it. Now let's move on to the next and final function, that is going to be your load and chunk. So let's write down that. I'm going to say define load and underscore chunk of your PDF underscore path, that is going to be a string. Okay, here it's going to be a list of your document. It's going to be pretty simple. Pages is going to be equals to load PDF of your PDF path. Next, your chunks is going to be equals to chunk documents of your pages. That's it. Just try to return the chunks over here. This part is complete, so we are good to go. So just make sure to add the PDF within the data folder. I'll be adding that and coming back. So there you go. I've just added in my PDF over here. That's the Gale Encyclopedia.pdf within the data folder over here. Okay, that's it. So now let's try to give this a try. We're gonna first of all test this out, and the expected output should be total number of chunks that are gonna be shown over here. Okay, so let's give this a try. So over here I'm just going to execute this command. You can take a look at it. It's going to be python-c import sys.path of insert 0, dot, and from that src.ingestion import the load and chunk file. As you can see, I've provided the correct path, that is data / your Gale Encyclopedia PDF. I'm printing three things: total chunks, your sample page, as well as the sample content. Let's try to press on enter over here. So alright, we are again getting the same kind of issue, that is it actually expects us to fill in all of the keys. So I'm just going to enter a command such that all of my previous keys in my previous project in the .env is going to get pre-filled over here within our env file. So make sure you have the Pinecone API key. Okay, it's pretty simple. You can create it on your own. So you can head over to this Pinecone part and then you can sign up with Google and you should be able to get your own key as well. Okay, so let's see what exactly happens. I can show you that part. It's not that hard. There you go. So this is my MedBot Gale. That's the index created. You can check out the API keys and you should be able to see the key. If all it's not present, create it and just copy that key and then paste it within your .env, and also try to name in all of the other details as well. So here I'm not going to show my env file because obviously my OpenAI key is present, and also make sure to add in all of the other details, that is your Superbase key and all the other details as well. So I'll be showing you how to create the Superbase project as well, but for now just try to add the test value so we can test this feature out. So clear over here. Let's try to give this a try. Enter, and there you go. Just like that, src.ingestion loading PDF, the Gale Encyclopedia.pdf. Total pages it has calculated 4,505 as we've already discussed, and now let's wait for it to complete. It should basically print the total chunks, and boom, just like that, this is complete. It says total chunks 28,475, sample pages 19, and as you can see, it also is given the sample content, that is Raynaud's disease, recompression treatment rectal, cancer rectal, and examination rectal as well, and these are all of the other sample content as well. So we can confirm that the chunking part is working properly fine, and we can move over to phase 3, that is your Pinecone vector store. So now let's understand what exactly happens in phase 3, that is going to be your Pinecone vector store. So you might have heard about this Pinecone keyword while implementing any kind of Python project that is involving vector embeddings. Okay, so this is kind of database for the storing of vectors. All right. So what we're going to do over here is, as you saw in the code, that is in the terminal, basically we have around 28,475 chunks from that particular PDF, right? So we're gonna embed all of this. That's the next step. Embed using what? OpenAI's text embedding model. Okay, and we're gonna store all of the embeddings within your Pinecone. That's gonna be the next step, whatever you're gonna write. All right, so that is basically the core of our RAG system, such that let's say when a doctor asks a question, we find the most similar chunks and then feed them to your GPT-4o. So the setup for Pinecone is simple. Log on to it and then create an account and go into your API keys, get that API key and then make sure you enter it into your .env file. So now let's create the coding part. That's going to be a vector store.py, and then let's implement this real quick. It's going to be pretty simple. So over here again within the src, I'm going to say new file vector underscore store, or just vector store.py, and let me just start writing the code for this part. I'm going to import the required packages. First of all, import sys, import your time, then from pathlib import path, from your typing I'm going to import your list and optional as well. Alright, and furthermore from your LangChain.schema I'm going to import document just as we have done previously. Then from LangChain dot your, or from LangChain underscore OpenAI, import your OpenAI embeddings that's required. And from LangChain underscore your Pinecone, import Pinecone vector store. And from Pinecone itself, import Pinecone, comma your serverless spec. Next from tqdm, import tqdm. I'm again going to use the sys.part.insert. Okay, we have done this previously, so I'm just going to use this and I'm going to say dot resolve and then dot parents of 1. And from the config I'm going to import all of these keys, that is open API key, Pinecone API key, and Pinecone index name, your Pinecone environment, and OpenAI embedding model, your embedding dimension, as well as the retriever top k. I can just show you my .env file once and I can remove that key and then show you once again what exactly is present. You can take a look at it. Okay, yeah, there you go. So anyways, the entire key is not visible. You can take a look at it. So these are the details which you should enter over here. Okay, so you can take a look at all of this. So we're just going to change one value that's over here. So we're going to say MedBot new Gale. Okay, because we already have an index named MedBot Gale. Okay, so apart from that, remaining everything is going to remain as is. You can take a look at it, and let's come back over here. So we also imported the logger part, that is from src.logger, import the get logger, and here I'm going to say log is going to be equals to get logger of the name. I'm going to make use of batch size because we're going to do it in the batch. That's going to be 100 per batch. First of all, I'm going to say define get underscore your embeddings. Okay, here it's going to be OpenAI embeddings, and return OpenAI embeddings. Pass on the model, that is going to be your OpenAI embedding model, as well as it's going to take in the OpenAPI key. This is going to be your OpenAPI key. That's it. Now next let's try to get the Pinecone client. So I'm going to say define get Pinecone underscore client. I'm just going to say return your Pinecone of API key equals to your Pinecone API key. So these are just some of the helper functions that we've used. You can take a look at it. It's pretty simple to understand. Now next step is to create index if not exists. Okay, So define create underscore index if not exists. It's gonna have a Pinecone and it's gonna be of type none. Here I'm gonna check first of all existing equals to your idx.name for idx in PC dot your list of indexes. Here I'm going to check if your Pinecone index name in existing. Here I'm going to say your log.info index, your Pinecone index name here I'm going to say dim equals to your embedding dimension. Okay, so this should be something like this. Okay, once that's done, I'm going to say log.info creating index, Pinecone index name, dimension is going to be embedding dimension. Okay, so if all it's not present in the Pinecone backend, we're going to create it over here. I'm going to say pc.createIndex, pass on the name, that is going to be Pinecone index name, dimension, that is going to be embedding dimension, metric, that is going to be cosine, your spec, I'm going to say serverless spec, pass on the cloud, that is going to be AWS, region is going to be your Pinecone environment. I think this is US East 1, so that's the value it's going to get into this particular method. Okay, so next I'm going to say log.info. After that, I'm going to say waiting for index to be ready. Next, I'm going to say while not PC dot your describe index of your Pinecone index name dot status of ready. I'm going to say time.sleep of 2. That means wait for a couple of seconds. Once it's done, I'm going to say log.info and your index is ready. So this function is pretty simple. It's going to create an index in the Pinecone if at all it's not present. So just make sure to add a unique name over here within your .env file. I've given MedBot new Gale. That's it. Okay. Next function is to upsert the documents into your Pinecone. For that, I'm going to say define upsert underscore your documents. This in turn is going to have your chunks, that is going to be of list of your document. It's going to be of type your Pinecone vector store. So first of all, PC is going to be equals to get your Pinecone client, and also call that function create index if not exists of that particular PC. Embeddings, initialize this, is going to be equals to your get embeddings, call that function, that is the first one. Okay, next over here I'm going to show the log and the batching part as well. So this is how we're going to batch, and we're going to say upserting length of chunks into Pinecone. So here first of all I'm going to say your vector store is going to be none. Then for I comma your batch in enumerate of tqdm of your batches comma description should be uploading So here I'm going to have my try block. First of all, I'm going to check if vector store is none. Then your vector store equals to Pinecone vector store dot from documents. This in turn is going to take in the documents. I'm going to say batch. Embedding is going to be your embeddings. Index name also is going to take. That is going to be your Pinecone index name. That's it. Else over here, we are just going to say vector store dot add documents of your batch. Here I'm going to say except exception as E. I'm going to say log.error batch I plus 1 failed with that specific error message, and then I'm going to say raise. And once that happens, I'm just going to say time.sleep of 0.3. So now let's understand what exactly this absurd documents function does. So its job is to, get in the PDF chunks and then create the embeddings, store in Pinecone, and it's going to be ready for the semantic search. So the way this is going to work is, let's say you have, n number of documents that you're going to send to this function, because it's going to take in of document type, as you can see over here in the function parameter. So let's say documents of chunk 1. Similarly, we're going to have it for 2 and 3. So this function is essentially going to return a Pinecone vector store. So it's going to take in all of this and it's going to return a Pinecone vector store. So a vector store is going to be connected to Pinecone. So step 1 is to first of all get the Pinecone client. That is what we have done over here. So this basically creates a connection to Pinecone. Next step is to create the index. That is, Pinecone stores the vectors inside an index, as you saw in the web page of my Pinecone. So that's the reason we're going to say create index if not exists of your Pinecone. So step 3 is basically to get the embedding model. That is what we have called over here. So this purpose is basically to convert the text into a vector. So let's say, for example, we have a text which says patient has fever. So that is going to get converted into something like this, some random numbers that actually has some meaning on the backend part. So that's how we're going to implement this. And you can try to look into the logs. Basically a simple log we are going to show over there. And apart from that, we're going to create in batches. Okay, as I already told, the batch size is 100. And why batches? Because uploading all at once is a huge request. It's slow as well, and many might fail. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to actually use the batching part. So batch 1 is going to have 100 chunks, batch 2 again 100, batch 3 is going to be 100. That's the reason we have passed in 100 chunks per batch. Okay, so here next we are trying to initialize your vector store. Where is that? Over here. Yeah, so by default vector store is none. Okay, that is no vector store exists yet at the starting point. Now we're going to loop through the batches that we have. So we're going to say for this particular loop, process one batch at a time. So let's say we have example batch 1, batch 2 and batch 3. So the TQDM package is basically a progress bar that batches, and we have passed in the description that is going to be uploading. So this is basically our progress bar that we are going to use. That is this part, that is the TQDM part. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So you should be able to see it in the console or the logs. That is how much percent is uploaded basically in the terminal. And this is actually very useful for large PDFs, just as in our case. So the loop begins over here in the try except block. So first of all, it's going to check if vector store is none. So this is going to be true only once, because by default when it runs the first loop, it's going to be none itself, right? So if condition is going to become true, so over here it's going to go into this condition and then execute whatever is there in this piece of code. Okay, so this does three things. It generates the embeddings, it connects to Pinecone, as well as upload the vector part. So embeddings part is simple. It generates the chunk text into your OpenAI embeddings, as we have discussed earlier, that example, that is patient has fever. Next is connect to Pinecone and then upload all of the vectors over there. And from the next time onwards, obviously this is going to become false. It is automatically going to add documents to the batch. I think add spelling is wrong. So yes, that's pretty much it. So this part is complete. So now let's try to write a new function that's going to be load vector. So I'm just going to add that specific function over here. So this is going to say define load vector. I'm going to say vs is going to be equals to your Pinecone store. This in turn is going to take in three things: your index name, your embedding, as well as the Pinecone API key. And that is how we can load the vector store over here. Next is to get the retriever part. I'm going to say define get underscore your retriever of your vector store. It's going to be an optional field over here of your Pinecone vector store equals to none. So here I'm going to check if again vector store is none. Here I'm going to say vector store is going to be equals to load vector store. Call that function. Here I'm going to say return your vector store dot as retriever. Pass on the search type over here. So search underscore type is going to be based on similarity. Next I'm going to say search underscore quarks. This in turn is going to take in the k value. That is going to be retriever top k. That's it. The final one is going to be for the define get index stats. Okay, so I'm going to say PC is going to be equals to, again, initialize the get Pinecone client. Your index is going to be equals to pc.index of your Pinecone index. Okay, next your stats is going to be equals to index dot your describe index stats. Here let's try to return the details. I'm going to say total underscore vectors is going to be your stats dot total vector count, how much ever it is there, comma your dimensions. That's the final stat. This is going to be your stats dot dimensions. Okay, that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. So now we have finished writing the code for the vector store.py. So now let's test the full ingestion pipeline. So this process is going to take about, let's say, 15 minutes. So let me just execute the command for that. So it's going to be python-c import your sys, and over here we're going to say from src.ingestion import your load and chunk, because we are going to load and chunk the PDF, and we need to create a new index within our Pinecone backend. Next I'm going to say from src.vector-store import absurd documents, and chunks is going to be equals to load chunks, and then call the absurd document function. We are just trying to execute all of this over here. Okay, let's press on enter. There you go, it is shown the required details, that is the Gale Encyclopedia and total number of pages. Just make sure you have a different index name, that's the only thing. Okay, I've given MedBot new Gale in my case, so it should actually create a new index in the Pinecone backend and then load and chunk all of the documents within the PDF. There you go, creating 4488 pages, size 800, overlap is going to be 100. It's working properly fine. And next, created 28475 chunks, average size is 672 characters, creating new MedBot new Gal, and waiting for the new index to be ready. Yes, we do have some issues. Let's look into that. It says index model status object is not callable. So let me just check out the bugs for your vector store.py where we have the ready. Let's just search for that, not over here. Okay, let me just check out my previous code. Okay, found it. So this should be in square brackets basically. That's the only change. Let's try to make that change over here. Just like this, previously it was within the parenthesis. So just make that specific change and we are done. And there is second bug as well over here. It should be OpenAI API key, not OpenAPI key. That is second issue. Save. Now again, I'm just going to rerun this. Hopefully it should work without any issues. Let's give it one more try. If at all it's working properly, it should take about 10 to 15 minutes depending upon the network, because we have a lot of pages. So everything should get chunked and stored in the form of vectors in the Pinecone backend. So yeah, let's see what exactly happens now. There you go, finally it's working. As you can see, it says upserting 28,475 chunks to Pinecone, and index MedBot new Gale already exists, skipping creation because in the previous part it got created but nothing was uploaded, so it's uploading everything. So as you can see, it says uploading 1%. So this might take about, as I said, 10 to 15 minutes. So once it reaches 100%, I'll be again coming back. So let's wait for this to complete. It should reach to 100%. So there you go, finally it's uploaded and it is 100%. As you can see over here, it says uploading 100% and done. It says 28475 chunks stored in Pinecone. You can actually go and verify that as well within your Pinecone. And there you go, just like that. This is our new index, that is MedBot new Gale. So once you press on that, you do have all of the records over here, just like this. As you can see, each of them has a unique ID, your character count, your chunk ID, because this is the metadata part, your page number, the source is the same, that is the Gale Encyclopedia PDF, and this is the text for that specific chunk. It has some random text over here from the PDF, and total pages is 4505. And we also have the score as well over here mentioned. So now with the help of this information, we're going to implement a semantic search and then give it to the user once when we implement the UI part. So as you can see, this part is done. We can also verify it in the form of code as well in the terminal only. So I'm just going to execute this. So I'm just going to call the import get index stats, and I'm going to call your get index stats and then print that over here. Enter. There you go, vectors, it is showing correctly from the backend. So this is coming directly from the backend itself based on the code we have written over here within the vector store. As you can see, it has 28,475 chunks or vectors. This part is done. Now we can move on to phase 4, that is going to be our LangChain part. Okay, so let's come back over here and let's understand what exactly we're going to build over here. So here I'm just going to say phase 4, that's going to be your LangChain part. So here basically your LangChain is gonna connect your Pinecone retrieval with your GPT-4o. That's what we're gonna do. So let's say when a question comes in, we find the top 5 most relevant chunks, okay, from your Pinecone backend, and we're gonna feed them to your GPT-4o. Okay, so with a proper medical prompt, of course, and temperature also we're going to use. We're going to set it to 0.3, that is obviously considered as low, to keep the answers more factual and consistent. All right, that's going to be the next step. So for that, I'm going to create a rag underscore chain.py within your src folder. That is going to be just like this. So let's start writing the code for this one. So over here I'm going to say import sys, and from your path lib I'm going to say import your path. Next, similarly from import typing, import any dict, your dictionary part as well as your list. Okay, here I'm going to say from your LangChain underscore your chains, I'm going to say import your retrieval QA, and I'm also going to import the required things as well, that is from LangChain.prompt import your prompt template, and from LangChain underscore OpenAI import your chat OpenAI. So here I'm going to say sys.path.insert of 0, string of path respect to the file dot resolve, and then dot parents of 1. Next over here, I'm going to say from your config, I'm going to import the required things. That's going to be your OpenAI underscore your API key. Next, your OpenAI underscore your LLM underscore model. Next, your temperature part, and I'm going to say max underscore tokens underscore your response. So this should be in parenthesis. Okay, next for the logging part, from src.logger, import your get underscore logger, and here log is going to be equals to get logger and pass on the name. Okay, so here below, next I'm going to enter my prompt template along with the context as well and the question too. So let me just add that. Basically, this is your prompt template. So we're going to say you are a MedBot, an expert medical assistant built on the Gale Encyclopedia of Medicine, that's 3rd edition, and you help doctors and medical professionals get accurate, well-structured medical information instantly. And these are all of the rules that we have given. That is, answer only from the provided context below, use proper medical technology, and structure your answers clearly. Always start with a brief definition, then cover causes, symptoms, diagnosis, and treatment where relevant. Never fabricate or guess medical facts. Be thorough but precise. Doctors value accuracy over brevity. So this is the context from the Gale Encyclopedia, and the question is going to be of type question. Answer is going to be initially empty string. Okay, so we're going to provide the AI a proper documentation kind of details such that it doesn't make any mistakes, and we've also given all of the rules it needs to follow while giving up the answer. Okay, so this part is done. Now let's try to create your prompt over here. I'm going to say prompt equals to your prompt template. This in turn is going to take in the template, that is going to be your prompt template. Next, I'm going to pass on the input variables, that's going to be your context as well as your question. So this part is done. So now let's define two things, that is the get LLM as well as the building of LangChain. First one is going to be define get LLM. I'm going to say chat of OpenAI. Okay, so here I'm going to say return your chat OpenAI, use the model, that is going to be your OpenAI LLM model. So whatever is there within the env file, it's going to choose that one. In our case, your GPT-4o. Alright, next your temperature, I'm going to say LLM underscore temperature, then your max underscore tokens equals to max tokens response. Next, OpenAI underscore API underscore key, that is going to be OpenAI API key. That's it. So now next we're going to have the building of LangChain. That's the function. I'm going to say define build underscore rag underscore chain. It's going to take in your retriever, and here it's going to have in your retrieval QA. Initialize your LLM, that's going to be equals to get LLM, that's the function which we just defined above. Let's initialize the chain. It's going to have retrieval QA dot from underscore chain underscore type. Here your LLM is going to be equals to LLM. Your chain type, that is going to be equals to stuff. Retriever is going to be equals to retriever. Then return your source documents equals to true, and I've just added the chain type as well as the logging part over here. Okay, so this entire file is basically your RAG, that is your retrieval augmented generation engine of your medical chatbot we're gonna build. So you can think of the flow like this, that is, let's say a user asks a question in the front end UI, and we have the retriever, that's the Pinecone. It's going to find the relevant medical chunks, okay, and it's going to go through the prompt template that we have over here, okay, and furthermore it's going to go into the OpenAI LLM, and we're going to get a medical answer, and we're going to return the answer along with the source pages. That's what this entire thing does. So this get LLM function is pretty simple. It is just going to create your OpenAI model. That's the reason we have just passed in all of these 4 required things for that. So the next step is going to be for the build RAG chain. So this is going to build the complete RAG pipeline, and it's going to take the input that's going to be retriever. Usually it's called as the Pinecone retriever. So next step within the function is to create the LLM. That's how we do it. Then we also need to build the retrieval QA. Okay, so this basically creates the retriever. It goes into the prompt, then LLM, and then the answer finally. So we have passed in something called as chain type equals to stuff. So what does that mean? So this actually means that we're going to take all of the retrieved chunks, stuff them into one prompt, and then send it over to GPT. Okay, and we've also passed in to return all of the source documents. So it's going to return along with the answer all of the source documents. Okay, now let's write the ask function. So this is what runs every time a user asks a question. So this is a really important function. So let's go ahead and then write below this one. I'm going to say define ask of your chain that is going to be of retrieval QA. Question is going to be of type string. Here it's going to be in this format, string comma any. Okay, first of all I'm going to check if not question dot strip. Here I'm going to say return answer, please provide a valid question. So in this case your sources is going to be empty. Okay, so here first of all we're just doing a normal check, that is if at all the question string is empty or not. And then we're going to first of all go into the next step, that is log.info. I'm going to say question is going to be a question. I'm going to pass in 80 over here. Okay, so here we're just trying to log, that is it is going to store the first 80 characters. That's why we've written it over here. Next is your invoke chain. So for that let's write down the coding part. So here I'm going to say result equals to your chain.invoke with respect to the query that's going to have your question over here. So that's going to be just like this. Okay, next I'm going to say your source underscore docs equals to your result dot, we do have the get method, and I'm going to say source underscore your documents. Okay, so now let's understand what exactly happens in these 2 lines. Okay, so let's say the question is going to be something like this, that is going to be what causes malaria. Okay, so this is basically the invoke chain code where everything happens. So internally what happens is your retriever which is present, it searches in the backend, in our case your Pinecone. Okay, so this what causes malaria question is gonna return your top 4 chunks. Okay, that's how it's gonna work. And step 2 we can say that is prompt is created. So your context is gonna be something like retrieved chunks. Okay, and question is the same thing, that is what causes malaria. Now step 3 is your GPT generates the answer and it is gonna return it in this particular format, that is it's gonna have your results, that is just like this, that is some answer part from the backend, and it's also gonna have your source documents as well. Okay, next step is we're gonna extract the answer as well as extract the sources. So that's how we're going to do it. So now the next step is to remove the duplicate pages. So for that I'm going to first of all make use of a set. So initially I'm going to initialize a variable that is going to be seen, that is going to be equals to your set, and your sources is going to be equals to empty array. Here I'm going to say for doc in your source underscore docs I'm going to say page equals to your doc.metadata.get with respect to the page and your question mark. Furthermore, here I'm going to say if my page not in scene, I'm going to say scene.add of your page and your sources dot append. I'm going to say page is going to be page, and furthermore your preview is going to be doc dot your page underscore content of, let's say, up to 150 characters dot replace with all of the expressions. I'm just going to pass it over here, and I'm also going to return the answer as well as the sources part. Okay, that is going to be just like this. So in the log we are going to say answer generated, source pages, and show all of the details with respect to that. So this basically is going to only keep your unique pages. Okay, that is if page not in scene. Next we are going to create your preview part. That's going to say doc.page content up to 150. So this takes the first 150 characters, and this is useful for debugging as well. Okay, so your entire answer is going to be shown in something like this. Let me just add it over here. That is just like this. It's going to have the answer, and it's going to have the sources from which page is going to come from. Okay, so that's the basic understanding of your ask function. Now let's move on to the next one. That is going to be build streaming chain. So over here I'm going to say define your build streaming chain. Okay, so this is almost identical to your build rag chain, except that over here your streaming is going to be true. So let's say in your normal mode, what happens? User waits, so it keeps on thinking and thinking, whereas in your streaming mode, as you've seen in GPT, Claude, or Grok, the tokens arrive live. Okay, first it says malaria, then is an infectious disease. So that's how streaming works. So for that we are going to write the function. So yes, I'm just going to copy down the same thing. It's going to be the exact same thing, and then we're going to make the change. So let's have in all of these values. So here I'm going to say LLM is going to be equals to your chat OpenAI. Pass in these values. Along with this, just add this keyword, that is streaming is going to be true. Next over here I'm going to say chain equals to, similarly, retrieval QA dot from underscore chain underscore your type. LLM is going to be equals to your LLM. Again, chain underscore type is going to be stuff, as we've previously discussed. Retriever is going to be equals to retriever. You can take it from the previous one. As well as return source documents is going to be equals to true. So even this is also going to take in the retriever part, add it. Should be of the same spelling, make that change. Okay, next over here I'm going to say your chain type quarks equals to your prompt, that is going to be prompt, and your verbose, that is going to be false. Okay, that's pretty much it. So here I'm going to say your log.info. I'm going to show a message saying that streaming rag chain is built. And here I'm just going to say return the chain. Okay, that's it. We have completed writing down the rag chain pipeline. That is for all of the functions, that is ask, get LLM, build rag chain, and then build streaming chain, and so on. Let's understand what exactly is the overall flow, so that you should be able to understand what we are writing in terms of code. Okay, so here I'm just going to say understanding the overall flow. All right, so obviously the user is going to ask in front end a question. let's say the same question, that is, what causes malaria. So next what happens is we're going to call the ask function, and this ask function we're going to say chain.invoke, and furthermore we're going to have the retriever from Pinecone. This, what it's going to do, it's going to find the top relevant chunks from the backend, and it's going to send it to the prompt template, and we're going to send it to the OpenAI GPT model. And finally it's going to generate the answer that is going to look something like this, answer along with the source pages. Okay, so this part is complete. Alright, so now first of all let's try to test this feature out, that is if at all anything is coming correctly fine, that is from the backend. So we're just gonna search it within the terminal itself. So again I'm going to say from src.vectorstore import your load vector store comma get retriever, and from src.rackchain import the build rackchain as well as the ask function. First of all I'm going to load the vector store, and I'm also going to load the get retriever, and I'm going to initialize the build rackchain that's going to have the retriever in the function parameter, and I'm going to call the ask function, which is going to take in two things, as you can see, that is the chain we have passed in the chain over here, and the question that is going to be in the form of string, which is going to say what are the symptoms of malaria. And I'm just trying to print the result and also try to print the source page. Let's press on enter. There you go, vector store loaded, rackchain is built, model GPT-4o, temperature 0.3, and boom, just like that we have all of the required information from that specific book, whatever is there, along with the source citations as well, that is your page numbers. So it says malaria is characterized primarily by the symptom known as malaria ache, which includes cycles of chills and fever and all of these details. Okay, other symptoms of malaria may include severe headache, fatigue, nausea, and vomiting. And it has also given from where exactly it is fetching all of these information. So with the help of this, we're gonna build up the chatbot kind of UI as you saw in the demo part of the application. So yeah, we are done with the backend part. As you can see, the testing is working properly fine. We're able to query any question, and you can try it with different questions as well. It should work properly fine, and it should be relevant with the information present in that specific book. Okay, otherwise it's gonna say I'm not sure about the detail. So now let's move on to the phase 5, that is going to be to create your Supabase database setup. So you're using Supabase because it provides our Postgres SQL database for storing users, your chat sessions, and messages as well. We can enable your row level security on all tables for proper security. So now first of all let's head over to Supabase and then create a new project. So I'm gonna head over to supabase.com, and under your organization I'm gonna press on new project. So let's create a project name. I'm gonna say MedBot doc, something like this, and use a database password. I'm just gonna say suggest strong password, use that. And for the region part I'm gonna use this one, that is South Asia, Mumbai, AP South 1. And apart from that, leave everything as default and then press on create project. So there you go, our project is being created and we are good to go. We can start implementing all of the required things. Now the first step is to create a users table. Let's go and then do that. So directly within your SQL editor we can try to implement this. So here I'm going to say create your table. It's going to be users. It's going to have an ID, that is going to be your UUID. That's going to be default. I'm going to say generate random UUID, and it's going to be the primary key. Okay, so next apart from that we're going to have your email for the user. So here we're going to say email of type text. It's going to be unique, not null. Alright, next we're going to have your password. This is gonna be, I'm gonna say password underscore hash text and then not null. Apart from that, we're gonna have the full name as well. So full underscore name. It's gonna be of type text and again not null. Apart from that, we're gonna have your created at value. So created underscore at, it's gonna be of type timestamp with your time zone as well. I'm gonna say default is gonna be null. Next, we're also gonna have the last login value of type timestamp with your time zone. So all I'm just going to execute this. So I'm just going to press on the run button over here. So yeah, over here I'm going to choose the run and enable RLS. There you go, success, no rows returned, which means this query got executed and we should be able to see our users table getting created. You can verify that within the table editor or within the database column. So next, first of all, let's implement it for the chat sessions table that is going to happen over here within a new tab. So you're going to have chat sessions as well, that's for the user. So for that, we're going to write the code. So that is a query. Here I'm going to say create table. That's going to be chat underscore sessions. Here it's going to have a ID that is going to be of UUID default and then generate random UUID, again a primary key. Next, we're going to have your user ID, user underscore ID. It's going to have a reference basically. So UUID, here I'm going to say references your users table or users part or users collection of ID on delete cascade. Next, we're also going to have a title for each chat session, just like in your ChatGPT or Claude, something similar. It's going to be of type text, not null. Default is going to be new chat. Okay, then here I'm going to say created underscore at timestamp with your time zone default.nav. Next and final one is going to be your updated at value. So I'm going to say updated at, it's again going to be timestamp with your time zone, then default nav. That's it. I'm going to enter it again with proper values. You can take a look at it. So this is the table for your chat sessions. I'm going to say run over here, run and enable RLS. And there you go, success, no rows returned. So this part is done. So now let's write the final table that is going to be for all of your messages. Okay, so create a new tab over here. I'm going to say create table. I'm going to say messages over here. We're going to have a unique ID for the message. That's going to be of UUID. Okay, here I'm going to say default. Generate your random UUID and your primary key. Apart from that, we're going to have your session ID as well. This is going to be a reference basically. So I'm going to say references your chat underscore sessions table of the ID on delete cascade. Okay, apart from that, we're going to have your role as well. It's going to be of type text and it's going to be not null. Okay, here we're going to say check your role in your user or your bot. Next, we're going to have it for the content itself. That's going to be of type text, and it's going to be not null. Okay, apart from that, we're going to have the sources. That is going to be in the form of your JSON. Apart from that, your duration in milliseconds. That is going to be of type integer. Finally, your created at value. So created at your timestamp with your time zone. Okay, default nuff. So I'm just going to add it with respect to my code, that is with your capitalizations and all, but you can use the previous one, it's going to properly work. Just make sure the spellings are correct. Okay, I'm just going to say run over here. There you go, success, no rows returned. So we have created all of the 3 tables, that is the users, chat, as well as your chat sessions, as well as your messages table. So this part is done. So now let's try to create the indexes that is required for performance. So here I'm just going to say create index idx underscore chat underscore sessions underscore user underscore id on, this is for the chat sessions table of your user underscore id. Okay, so let's press on run over here. There you go, success, and then no rows returned. So yeah, we have also created the indexes that is required for the performance part. So yeah, this step is actually complete. So now the next step is to get the API keys. So we need your project URL as well as your anon public key and the service role secret key as well, and you can paste all of them within your .env file. So I'll show you where to get it. So come back to your project overview. So this is your Superbase URL. Just copy that down. The first one, come back to your env file, and where we have Superbase URL, just use this one. Next, for your keys part, come back to your, I think let's come back one step. Yeah, I think you need to come back to project settings and then API keys. So there you go, this is your publishable key. I mean, you need to go into legacy anon service role as well as your API keys. So this is my anon public key. Copy that down and then paste it in the env file, and this is your service key. So copy this and paste it within your env file. So I'm just going to do that, and then let's move forward with the next phase. So alright, I've just pasted in all of the updated values for Superbase URL, Superbase anon key, as well as your Superbase service key. So this step is complete. So now the next phase is, let's try to implement the auth and the Flask backend. So we're going to build the auth system that's going to contain your register, login, and the JWT as well, and the full Flask API with streaming support. So first of all, let's create your src/auth.py. So here itself, I'm going to say your auth.py. Okay, so here obviously it's going to contain all of the code that handles your user registration, your login, and the JWT token management. So let's start writing the code for this. So over here, I'm going to say import sys, import your bcrypt, import a JWT, and from your date time, I'm going to say import date time, comma time zone, comma your time delta. Next, from pathlib, import path. Okay, and furthermore, I'm gonna initialize the sys.path statement, and from config I'm gonna import all of these required things, and I've imported the create client and the get logger. That's it. So I'm going to initialize the log, that's going to be equals to get logger, and then pass on the name over here. Okay, so now let's try to initialize the Superbase client first. I'm going to say Superbase is going to be equals to create client. This in turn is going to take in 2 things, your URL as well as the Superbase service key. So pass on the Superbase URL and the Superbase service key. So this part is done. So now let's define some of the util functions for the password related code. So first one is going to be for the hash password. So it's pretty self-understandable. You can take a look at it. So we're going to use obviously bicrypt for the password hashing. It's going to be of string. It's going to return a string. Here I'm going to say return your bcrypt dot hash password of your password dot your encode comma bcrypt dot gensalt dot your decode. That's it. So this is basically going to convert your password that is given by the user to a specific hash. Next over here I'm going to say define verify underscore password of your password that is going to be of string, and your hashed is going to be of string. It's going to be of type bool. That's what it's going to return. Here we're just going to compare it. I'm going to say bcrypt dot check password of the password dot encode with respect to the hashed dot encode. That's it. So these are two util functions that we're going to use. Next, we're going to write it for the GWT util functions that is required for the auth part. So one we have is the create token. Next we have is the verify token. So here first of all I'm going to say define create underscore token of your user underscore ID that is going to be of string, email as well that is going to be of string. Okay, that is going to return a string, payload equals to your sub that is going to be user underscore ID, email is going to be email, your IAT is going to be datetime dot nav of your time zone dot your UTC. Next, apart from that, your exp expiry that is going to be your datetime dot nav of your time zone dot UTC plus your time delta. I'm going to pass in the hours, that's going to be equals to your JWT expiry hours. Furthermore, over here I'm going to say return JWT dot encode method, pass on the payload, and here it's going to take in your JWT secret as well. So pass on that. Then I'm going to pass on the algorithm that is going to be this one, HS256. Okay. So next here I'm going to say define your verify underscore token of the token of string. Here it's going to be dect. I'm going to say try. So the payload is going to be this one, that is JWT dot your decode method. It's going to take in your token, comma your JWT secret, as well as the algorithms that is going to be your HS256. Okay, then here I'm going to say return valid is going to be true, and your user underscore ID is going to be a payload with respect to sub, and your email payload of email. Okay, except block over here I'm going to say JWT dot your expired signature error. We have this, use this. Here I'm going to say return valid is going to be false, and an error message which is going to say token is expired. So we've just added the remaining except block. So we're going to say except JWT dot invalid token error and return valid and then error invalid token. So these are the two util functions for the JWT part. Now let's write the auth functions, that is for login user as well as your register user. So here I'm going to say define register underscore user with respect to the email. It's going to take your email, your password, next your full underscore name. Okay, I'm going to say log.info register attempt and with that specific email. So first step is to check if at all the user exists in Superbase. I'm going to say existing equals to your Superbase dot table, go into the users table that we have created, dot select with respect to ID, and check if it is equal to the email dot execute. I'm going to check if my existing dot data is present, then show these log messages. I'm going to say log dot warning, register failed, email already exists with that specific email. I'm going to say return success is going to be false with an error which says email is already registered. Next, we need to validate the password strength. I'm going to check if my length of password is less than 8. Over here, I'm going to say return success is going to be false, and your error message is going to say password must be at least 8 characters. Okay, so now the next step is to hash the password and then create the user. So for that, I'm going to create a password hash variable and directly call that function, that is hash password, and pass on the password to this. Okay, next I'm going to say user is going to be equals to your Superbase dot table of users dot insert your email, that is going to be email, and your password underscore hash is going to be your password hash, your full underscore name is going to be your full name. Okay, here I'm going to say dot execute. So that's it. So now the next step is I'm going to say user underscore data is going to be equals to your user dot data of 0, and your token is going to be equals to your create token of user underscore data with respect to ID and your email. Okay, that's it. So finally, I'm going to use the log over here. I'm going to say user registered with that specific email. Here I'm going to say return success, that is going to be true, and your token, that is going to be of token, and over here I'm going to have in the user object also being passed, which is going to have your ID, that is going to be user ID, sorry, user data, my bad, this should be user data, that's how we access it, your email, that is going to be email, and finally your full name, that is going to be full name. That's pretty much it. So we have completed writing it for the register user format once, and then let's try to save the file. Alright, so this part is done. Now let's move on to the final function, that is going to be your login underscore user. So here I'm going to say define login underscore user. It's going to take in your email, that is going to be of string, your password of string as well. Okay, here first of all I'm going to say log.info. I'm going to pass on a message which is going to say login attempt with that specific email. And apart from that, the first step is to fetch the user from the backend. So result is going to be equals to your Superbase dot table, go into the users table, dot select star dot equate your email with respect to the email, dot execute this command. If not your result dot data, then I'm going to add these logs over here. I'm going to say log dot warning, login failed, and then user not found with that specific email, and next return success is going to be false, and error invalid email or password. Next here I'm going to say user is going to be equals to your result dot data of 0, The next step is to verify the password. So I'm going to check if not, call that function verify password of your password, comma your user of your password underscore hash. That's how we pass both the passwords. Here I'm going to say log.warning, login failed, and wrong password. Here let's pass on the email over here. Okay, and I'm also going to say return your success is going to be false. Okay, and your error message as well, that is going to be invalid email or password. Now let's update the last login as well once everything is working fine. So I'm going to say superbase dot your table with respect to your users dot update. I'm going to say last underscore login is going to be access the dates time basically dot now. Here I'm going to say your time zone dot your UTC dot your ISO format. So that's going to be just like this. You can take a look at it. Next step is I'm going to say token equals to your create underscore token of users, pass on the ID and the email as well. So yeah, this part is done. Next I'm going to say log.info login success with that specific email, and finally we're going to return some details. That is going to be success is true, your token is going to be of token, and your user object as well. Okay, first of all with respect to the ID, that is going to be user, and then ID, then your email as well, that is going to be email, and your full underscore name, that is going to be user of full underscore name. Okay, so that's pretty much it about your entire auth setup. So this part is done. So now let's go and then try to test this feature out and let's see what exactly is happening. So now for testing the register as well as the login part, I'm just going to execute this. I'm going to say python-c import sys and then sys.path of insert 0, dot, and then from your src.auth import your two things, your register user function as well as the login user function. Here I'm going to say r equals to call the register user function, pass in your email, your test password and the name. So I'm going to say test@medbot.com, password 123, and then doctor test. This is for the testing purpose, and print the result over here. Same thing goes for the login, pass on the email and password, and let's see what exactly happens. Okay, so we do have an issue. It says register attempt, user registered, and for login attempt, and boom, even register is true, that is working properly fine. And for login attempt for test@medbot.com on line number 9 there is some issue. Let's try to fix this up. Let me just verify the code over here, what exactly is happening. So for check password somewhere, yeah, so I think I've messed up the parenthesis part. So this should be like this, password dot encode, clear this. Now just go ahead and then test the login endpoint, because with that particular credential the register is already done, correct? So just say this particular code, enter, and boom, there you go. We do have login true, and we do also have the token that is coming to the front end part, which is pretty good. So in the terminal it's working properly fine, so we can implement this in the front end part. So yeah, let's get into the front end part. So as we discussed earlier, we're going to use Next.js for the front end. We're going to build a premium dark theme medical chat interface with Next.js, and your styling is going to happen within your Tailwind CSS. So the UI is going to include streaming responses, a sidebar with chat history, login register pages, and some suggested questions as well. That is what we're going to build up in the front end part. So make sure you're into the front end folder. I don't think there is a folder created for front end. So let's create that within the Dr. LLM app, new folder. Okay, not over there. yeah, here I'm going to say front end. So cd dot dot clear this, and then cd front end. So the command to create a Next.js app is simple. That is going to be npx create next app at latest, but we are going to use this command directly. That is npx create next app at latest. I'm going to say -- TypeScript, use tailwind, ESLint, app directory needed, and then no src directory. Enter. So this should directly initialize the project structure within the front end folder. If at all you want to create a project with the app name, just give npx create next app at latest. So just to prevent that extra folder being created, I have just used this. Okay, so there you go. Success created front end at this particular location. So within the front end, all the Next.js related files and folders should be created. As you can see, this is the app router, which is good. So we can directly try to test this out. Okay, so for testing this, it's pretty simple. I'm going to say yarn run dev. So there you go. It says it is running on localhost 3000. Let's press on that. And just like that, we have just started a simple Next.js application. This part is good. So now, first of all, let's try to install some dependencies, that is React Markdown as well as your JS cookie into the front end folder. So I'm going to say cd front end clear. I'm going to use yarn. I'm just going to say yarn add React Markdown. Enter. And apart from this, you also need access to the JS cookies as well. So let's wait for this to complete. So here next I'm going to say yarn add JS cookie. Enter. Let's also define the types as well. So I'm going to say yarn add safe def add your types / your JS cookie. We can directly add the dev package just like this. And next, you're also going to downgrade your Tailwind to version 3 because v4 had some breaking changes once I was implementing the project. So let me implement that as well. Just try to execute this. That is npm install Tailwind CSS add 3, auto prefixer, post CSS, and then save dev, and also run a npm install once again. Alright, this is done. So now onto the root level, let's create a .env.local file. So onto the front end, new file .env.local. Here I'm just going to add in all of the backend URL and the Supabase related queries or the variables. Okay, so we have the next public backend URL, your Supabase URL, your anon key, your service key, and your JWT secret as well as the JWT expiry hours. You can pretty much copy it from the backend folder. Now let's move on to the next step. That is going to be your front end part. That is all of the files that we're going to implement. So first of all, let's get started with building your front end part up. Okay, so we can first of all look into the setting up of the lib folder where we have some configuration code with respect to the auth and your other functions as well. So let's look into that. So first of all, within your app folder, I'm going to create a new folder that is going to be your lib. Within this, I'm going to create a api.ts file. I'm also going to create a auth.ts file as well. Even this is required. So first of all, over here, I'm going to say import your cookies from JS cookie. I'm going to create a token key basically. So const your token underscore key is going to be equals to your MedBot underscore token. Next, your const user underscore key is going to be equals to your MedBot underscore your user. Let's try to define the interfaces. So here I'm going to say export interface user. ID is going to be of string. Your email that is present, that is going to be of string as well. Next, your full underscore name that is also going to be of type string. Next here I'm going to say export function save auth. This in turn is going to have the token of string user of type user. So here I'm going to say cookies dot set your token key, and your token expires is going to be 1. So you're using the cookies to set all of the required values. So here I'm going to say cookies dot set your user key here I'm going to say your JSON dot stringify of the user. Here I'm going to say expires is going to be 1. Next, let's write the function to get the token as well. So I'm going to say export function get token, that is going to be of string or undefined. I'm directly going to use a return block. I'm going to say return your cookies dot get of that specific token key. Okay, so similarly we have function to check if at all, similarly we have function to get the user and to check if at all the user is logged in or not. That is going to be just like this. So this is going to give you the user related information. So here I'm going to say const raw is going to be equals to cookies.get with respect to user key. If not of raw, means if it's not present, then return null. And within the try catch block, just try to return the data after parsing it. Okay, next I'm going to say export function is logged in. That is going to be your boolean. Here I'm going to say return not of your get token. That's it. Next, finally, is for the logout part. It's pretty simple. We just need to remove the token key from the cookies. So I'm going to say export function logout respect to void. I'm going to say cookies dot remove of your token key as well as your cookies dot remove of your user key as well. So yes, we can actually start building up the screens that is going to be register as well as your login screen. So we need to create a separate folders for that as well. Okay, yeah, so before that, let's complete writing the code for your api.ts. So here I've just imported the backend URL as well as the source that is going to be of page number as well as preview string. We're going to have a few more, interfaces, that is for the chat message as well as for the session as well. So now let's try to write two functions for API register as well as your API login. So here I'm going to say export async function. This is going to say API register. It is going to have email, that is going to be of string, your password of string as well, and full underscore name, that is going to be string. So this part is done. Next over here I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await fetch. You can also use Axios, that's more better. Here I'm going to say $backend URL /API /auth /register. This in turn is going to take in the method. I'm going to say post method, pass on the headers as well, content type is going to be application / your JSON, pass on the body JSON dot your stringify, email, password, full underscore name. Once that's done, here I'm going to say return your result dot JSON. That's it. Let's similarly write it for your next one. I'm going to say export async function. It's going to be API login. We need two things over here, your email and password. Email is going to be of string Password is also going to be of string over here. Let's again initialize the result. That is going to be equals to your await fetch. Let's try to get in your backend URL /API /auth and then /login. So method and the headers are going to remain same. Just try to add it over here. Let's pass on the body for this. That is going to be json.stringify. Pass on the email as well as your password. That's it, and we're going to say return your result.json. That's pretty much it. These are the two files. Now let's create two more folders for the register as well as login part. So new file, register. We're going to have the page.tsx. So again, new folder, not new file. For the login part, again, we're going to have your page.tsx. All right. So let's start writing it for the register first. So here I'm going to say export default function register page. Let's initialize the router. Const router is going to be equals to your use router. That's going to be coming from your next router. Sorry, not next router, next navigation. So this is the one. Next, I'm going to utilize a bunch of states that we're going to use over here. That is your full name, email, password, error, set error, as well as loading and then set loading. And all of them are going to be initialized to use state, initially a empty string. Let's first of all look into the design of the return block. So I'm going to say return div. Let's provide in the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a min height of a screen, a bg of this color code, that is 0a 0f and then 1e. It's going to have a flex container and then items is going to be of center, justify of center as well, and along with that I've also passed in a px of 4. So here we're going to have one more inner div basically. Let's add that over. I'm going to say class name, width is going to be a full and a max width and then medium. Here next is for the logo part. Let's have in a div. Within that one more div, I'm going to say m over here. So this is the style for your m, which is for MedBot. Okay, below this I'm going to have a h1 tag which is going to say create account. Below that we're going to have a p tag which is going to say join MedBot today. So for h1 I'm going to say class name, text of 2xl, font is going to be of bold and then text is going to be of white. Here I'm going to say class name, now for this one class name I'm going to say text slate of 400, text is going to be of sm and a margin top of 1. Let's actually verify this design. So here it says error evaluating Node.js code. I think we need to make some changes within the global CSS file. I'm just gonna include like this, add tailwind base, add tailwind components as well as add tailwind utilities. There you go, that issue is solved. So now let's go into /register to check out the design over here. Okay, over here I think I forgot to use the use client directive. So the error says you're importing a module that depends on use router into a React server component module. The API is only available in client components. Yeah, so we need to use the use client directive in the register file at the top. That's not added. So here I'm going to say use client and we should be able to see some design onto the screen. There you go. We're able to see create account and join MedBot today. So something is visible, that's good. All right, but the text should be white and not sure why we are not able to see that. Let's actually check the tailwind config if at all there is an issue with respect to that. So we do have a tailwind.config.ts file. Oh, okay, that's not even present. So yes, I think that file is missing, so we need to create that, I guess. So yeah, let's create that, probably because of that it's not working. So I'm going to say tailwind.config.ts. Here we're going to mention like to which specific folder the styles are going to be applied. Okay, so make sure to import config from tailwind css, and I'm going to say const config and pass on the content. So here I'm suggesting that everything within the app router as well as the components folder, it might be gs, ts, gsx or tsx file, the tailwind should be applied. So hopefully now we should be able to get the proper design onto the screen. Let's press on this. So yeah, let's try to kill this old process, that is 47671, and then again start it. Alright, so now let's go to /register and let's verify if at all it's working fine. Okay, we do still have the same screen. Not sure why the styles are not getting applied. We've even passed on this as well. So it's finally working fine. I can just show you that. I've just made one change and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see the exact design as we have thought previously. Okay, and even the tailwind css is correctly being applied. So one change I made was in your postcss.config.mjs file. So here previously some other package was present, so you can try to uninstall that as well. So I think this was present, that is tailwind css /post css. So remove that and then just include the tailwind css as well as the auto prefixer. Okay, and within your layout just try to import this. So these are the changes I've made. That is, you need to import your globals.css file, and I've just imported or modified the metadata. It is going to say title MedBot Medical Encyclopedia AI, and for description we're going to say AI powered medical assistant built on the Gale Encyclopedia of Medicine. And here I'm just trying to export the default function root layout and just showing in the children over here. That's it. These are the styles given according to our design, and based on whatever we have designed within the register screen, it is going to look something like this. So let's continue designing. Now the styles are also getting applied. We can move ahead with the next part of the design. So yes, after your join MedBot today, we're gonna have the card design basically. Here for that, I'm gonna have in one more div, and if at all there is any kind of error, then go ahead and then show that specific error. Okay, I'm gonna say div over here, and here show the error. That's it. Let's pass on the class name for this. Here it's gonna be bg 0d 1b 2e, and I'm going to say border that is going to be a border, and your rounded is going to be 2xl, some internal spacing padding of 8, and then space y of 5. Okay, my bad. So this should come towards your outermost div, not to the inner div. Just cancel that and then add it over here. For this, it is going to have a class name. I'm going to say bgred of 500 by 10, border red of 500 by 30, text red of let's say 400, text of sm, and then px of 4, py of 3, and then rounded is going to be xl. So yes, this part is done, the error part. Now next, below this specific error, I'm going to show all of your input fields that is required. So div initialize a label. This is going to say your full name. So within the label, I'm going to say class name. So yeah, text slate of 300, text of sm, font medium, block, mb of 2. Save the file. There you go. We're able to see something onto the screen. That is good. And now next is for your input field. So I'm going to say input, pass on the type that is going to be of text, value is going to be your full name, next is your on change. We need to take in whatever the user is typing and then set it into state. So for that, here I'm going to say set your full name of your e dot target dot value. Next, on key down, what needs to happen? I'm going to have a handle key down function. Placeholder is going to say some random doctor name like John Smith, something like this, and let's provide in the class name for this. Width of full, bg of this color code. I can take a look at it. Border, there you go, I've just added in the remaining color codes. So we are going to have focus as well, that is going to say border blue of 500, text slate of 200, and then placeholder slate of 500, rounded XL px4 py3, text sm, and then outline, and then transition is going to be of colors. So now let's go and then define that handle key down function. That is, if at all you press on enter, what needs to happen. Okay, so here const handle key down equals to, it's gonna be an event of type your react dot your keyboard event. Here I'm gonna check the condition stating that if at all that specific key is equals to enter, then go ahead and then call the function that is handle register. Okay, so that's it. Save the file. Let's check out the design. There you go, it's like that. This is looking okay-ish. Now we're gonna design the next bit of it. Just try to copy that div a couple of times, because the second one is gonna be for the email, the next one is gonna be for your password. Okay, make the change. Type is gonna be of email for the second one. Okay, and value is going to be email. On change over here, I'm going to say set your email to be of e.target.value, and on key down I'm going to say handle key down. Placeholder is going to be doctor@hospital.com. Save. Let's see how exactly it's looking. There you go, just like that. Our design is looking pretty neat. This step is complete. Yeah, I think the final part is remaining. So this should say email basically, and this is gonna say your password. Alright, so next over here this should be type password. Value should be password, and then on change it should be a set of the password, and then e.target.value. Here I'm just going to say minimum of 8 characters. Save. The step is complete. Next I'm just going to add the design for the button part below the div. So here it's going to call the handle register function, and these are the designs for the button. You can take a look at it. So we're going to also have the loading state, and if at all loading is true, we're going to say creating account, else it is going to be create account. Let's check that out. There you go, just like that. This is looking neat, and I also think this design should come within your background. Let me just verify my previous code how exactly it's looking. Okay, so for this one we have not given the design class name, text of center, and then we're going to have mb of 8. Yeah, I think this is perfect. This is looking clean. Okay, so now below part we're also going to have a link which is going to say if at all you already have an account, you can directly try to sign in. This is going to come below your button part. So here I'm going to say already have an account question mark. Here we're gonna have a link tag from next/link, which is gonna say sign in. Imported correctly. Yeah, it is imported, but it expects us to provide in the href. That is gonna be / your login. Okay, this also is gonna have a class name. Let's provide in this. It's gonna have a text blue of, let's say, 400, and hover over here I'm gonna say text blue of 300. Font is gonna be of medium. Save the file. Let's exactly see how it's looking. There you go, it's pretty clean. So login is not present because there is no component in that specific piece of code. Okay, we'll look into that. Reload the app. Yeah, so this part is working properly fine, and onto the bottommost part below the div, here we're gonna have one more p tag, which is gonna say MedBot powered by your Gale Encyclopedia of Medicine. Okay, so yeah, this is just a UI text. Let's pass on the class name for this. So yes, text of center, text slate of, let's say, 600, text of XS, empty of 6. Save the file, and there you go. That is just a really clean looking design. As you can see, our register is looking pretty neat. So this part is complete. So now let's first of all go ahead and then finish writing of your handle register function. That is going to be, let's say, over here. So const handle register is going to be equals to a async function. First of all, set your error to be of, let's say, a empty string over here. If not of your full name, or not of email, or let's say not of password. Here I'm first of all going to say set error. Please fill in all of the fields. So please fill in all of the fields, and we can directly try to return from the function. No need to execute it. Next, I'm going to check if at all your password length is less than 8. Then here furthermore, I'm just gonna copy down the same lines and then make the change. So set error, I'm going to say password must be at least 8 characters. Must be at least 8 characters. Okay, this part is done. Next, I'm going to set your loading to be of true. At this point, let's initialize your try catch block. So here I'm going to say set of error basically, and I'm going to say something went wrong, and please try again, or just try again over here. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to say finally over here, and I'm going to set your loading to be of false. Alright, so now within a try block, let's try to initialize the result. That's going to be equals to await, call your API register that we just defined a couple of minutes back, and here pass on 3 things: your email, password, as well as your full name, because it expects 3 things. And I'm going to check if not of your result.success. Then in this case, I'm going to set your error basically. That is going to be result.error or your registration failed error. Okay, now here I'm just going to return. That's it. So this is your entire register part. So now let's also set up the login. It's pretty simple. So you can actually copy down the same thing whatever you have done within the register, and then you can make the change, because the design is going to be the exact same thing. So let me just write down the initial boilerplate code for that. So I'm going to say export default function your login page And yes, again, I'm going to import all of these three things. You can use it from the previous register screen as well. So used it is going to be coming from your React part. Okay, so here I'm going to say return. So I'm just going to do I'm going to copy everything over here within the div and then paste it over here, and then make the changes. Come back to login, paste it, import link, okay. So instead of your full name, we're gonna have email and password. You can remove the full name div, not required. Handle key down is not present. Let's just take it from the register screen. So this is the one. Come back to login and then paste it over here. Okay, so this is going to be handle login basically. That's it. Save the file. Here also we need to initialize the use client directive. Save. Okay, let's check this out. Let's come to sign in, and there you go. Just like that, it is working properly fine. So just make sure you just have some simple changes according to the login screen. So instead of join MedBot today, it's going to be sign into MedBot. Okay, and instead of create account, I'm going to say welcome back. Okay, so I'm just gonna write down the handle login function. It's gonna be similar to how we wrote the handle register. So handle login is gonna be equals to async function. Yeah, so initially your set error is gonna be empty, and if not of email or not of password, I'm gonna set the error, that is please fill in all the fields, and then I'm gonna set loading to be of true. So now try, and then your catch block, set error over here, something went wrong, try again. Finally set loading to be of false. Within the try block, I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await, call your API login, okay, of your email, comma your password. Here check the condition stating that if not of result dot success, then set your error to be of your result dot error. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it. Once that's done, we need to call the save auth function as well. It's going to take in two things, your token, so result dot token comma result dot user. Once that's done, I'm going to say router dot push to be of your /. Save the file. So as I've just entered in the entire code for the login, you can take a look at it. So this is your login screen. There you go. Welcome back. Sign in to MedBot, and you do have the email as well as the password field over here. Okay, so this part is complete. All right, so now let's actually try to register. Let's see what exactly happens. I'm going to enter my full name over here, and let's make sure our backend is running first of all. Okay, my bad. I think we need to first of all set up the main app.py, and then implement the functions and all of the endpoints, and then it's going to work. I thought that part is already done. So yeah, let's come back to your src. That's the final step. Let's create your app.py, and over here let's start writing the code for this specific one. So this is going to contain basically a Flask backend with auth, chat, storage, and the RAG streaming part. So here onto the top, initially I'm going to import some required things, that is all of these. And from Flask, I'm going to import your JSONify, Flask request, response, stream with context, and from Flask underscore course, I'm going to import your course. Okay, so this file, as I told, is the main Flask backend for your entire RAG chatbot. So you can think of it like the brain and the API layer that connects the front end. Authentication, it's going to have code with respect to the chat history storage, vector database, your OpenAI LLM, and the RAG retrieval pipeline. So yeah, this part is done. So next, let's try to say sys.path dot your insert of 0 comma a string of path underscore underscore file dot resolve dot parent of 1. Okay, so next over here I'm going to say from your config import your Flask secret key comma Flask debug, that's in development, and the Flask port as well. Then from src.your rack chain import build rack chain, build streaming chain, and your prompt. Next from src.your vector store, we're going to import two methods, load vector store and then get retriever. Okay, next from src.auth I'm going to import register underscore user, login underscore user, verify token. So we also have it for the chat. We're going to do that in just a bit once when we initialize the chatting functionality. Next from src.logger I'm going to say import get underscore logger. Here log is going to be equals to get underscore logger with respect to the name. So here let's first of all write your JWT middleware. I'm going to say define require underscore auth. Okay, here I'm going to say at wraps of f. So next over here I'm going to say define your decorated of all of your arguments and the quarks over here. Furthermore, I'm going to check auth header is going to be equals to your request.headers. So this is basically to check the authorization header, that is your bearer and then the token part. Alright, here I'm going to say request dot your headers dot your get method. It's going to be authorization and empty string over here. I'm going to check if not auth header dot starts with your bearer, then I'm going to say return your JSONify with respect to error missing or invalid token and pass on that error 401. Okay, next I'm going to check the token, that is going to be equals to your auth underscore header dot split with the help of the space and then access the second part because that's where the token is going to lie, and result is going to be equals to your verify token, call that function and pass on the token. Next I'm going to check if not your result of valid, then here I'm going to say return JSONify of error, not like this, it's like this, that is going to be result of error. Okay, next here I'm going to say request dot your user underscore ID is going to be equals to your result of user underscore ID. Similarly for the email, request underscore user email equals to your result of email. Next here I'm going to say return your function of your arguments and the quarks. That's it. Here I'm just going to say return your decorated. Okay, so this simplest function, first of all we're going to verify the bearer token. If at all it starts with bearer, then we're going to extract the token with the help of the split method. That's what we have done, and we're going to verify the token with the help of the verify function, and we're going to store the user data, that is your requested user ID as well as your request dot user underscore mail. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So now let's move on to the next one, that is going to be to create your app factory. We're going to have a function called as your create application, okay, or create app. So this basically creates your Flask app and initiates it. So here I'm going to say define create underscore app let's create the instance of this is going to be equals to flask, okay, of the name, and I'm going to say app.secret key is going to be equals to your flask secret key. Next here I'm just going to say initialize cars, pass on the app, and then resources are going to be equals to API and then star. Origins is going to be everything, so just pass on star. Next I've just written info which is going to say initializing the RAG pipeline. Here let's have the try catch block. So here initially vs is going to be equals to your load vector store. Similarly initialize for the retriever as well, that is going to be get retriever of your vs. Next over here chain is going to be equals to build underscore rag chain with respect to the retriever. I'm going to check the app.config or set it of the chain is going to be equals to your chain. Next similarly app.config of your retriever is going to be equals to retriever. Then log.info, I'm going to say your RAG pipeline is ready. Okay, let's get into the except block. I'm going to say accept exception as E. I'm going to say log.errors failed to init RAG pipeline. Show that specific error, and I'm going to set the values to be none with respect to your chain as well as the retriever part. Alright, so this basically initializes your app, and next we have the secret key part. So this is used for your sessions and the security part. And next we are going to try to initialize your RAG pipeline that is within your try block. So this basically loads the vector database, and next we have created the retriever part with the help of get retriever, and that is going to take in your vs. Okay, next we're trying to build a chain, so that is going to be equals to build rag chain of your retriever. Okay, so this creates the question, then the retriever, then go into the prompt, then the OpenAI, and then finally the answer. That's how it's going to be. So we're going to store it in the app config. So this acts like your global storage. That's the reason I've written it just like this. So any root can access your app config of retriever or app config of chain as well. So that's pretty much it. Now let's move on to the next one, that is going to be your health root. That's actually not required, but I'm just adding it over here. You can take a look at it. So it is going to say add app.route to just check if at all the backend is properly working fine or not. You can test this route. Okay, so we're going to say define health, and we're going to say ready is going to be equals to app.config.get of chain is not none, and then we're going to return the JSONify, that is status is okay, this is the model, the number of vectors, and ready is going to be ready. So this is just useful for monitoring part. You can just have it onto your code base and you can test it as well. So next let's go ahead and then write all of the auth routes. So here we're going to write our first auth route. So I'm going to say app.route, that's going to be /API, your auth, and then your register. Methods is going to be your post. Okay, so define register over here. So data is going to be equals to your request dot get underscore JSON. I'm going to say silent is going to be equals to true, or empty, just like this. Getting three things, that is your email, that is going to be equals to your data dot get with respect to the email, or empty string dot string, not string, my bad, strip dot lower. Next similarly your password is going to be equals to your data dot get of your password dot strip. Next we're going to have it for the full name. So you can copy that down, and over here instead of this I'm going to say full underscore name, that's going to be equal to data.get of your full underscore name or dot strip. Okay, here I'm going to say if not email or not password or not full name, then return the specific error that is just like this within a return block, else your result is going to be equals to call that function register user, pass on your email, your password as well as your full name. Here I'm going to check if not result of success, then return JSONify with respect to your error, that is going to be result of error and then comma 400. And finally we can try to use the logging over here. So I'm going to say your log.info, new user is registered with that specific email, and then return JSONify of that specific result and then 201. So yes, you can take a look at it. This part is done. So similarly we have it for your auth login. Copy that, yeah, so this is going to say app.route /API / your auth and then / your login. This also is going to be post. Here I'm going to say your login method, and data is going to be equals to, again, request.getJSON, silent is going to be equals to true. Here we need two things, your email and password, and if not email or not password, you can remove the full name bit. We're just going to say email, password are required. Here we're going to call the login user method, okay, and pass on two things, email, password, and if not result of success, again return JSONify error with that specific error. It's going to be 401. So after that I'm just going to say return JSONify of result and then 200. Next we have a simple route to get the information regarding the user itself. That is going to be /me. I'm just going to enter the code for that. So it's going to be at app.route /API /auth /me. I'm going to say at require auth, return JSONify your user ID as well as the email bit. So the chatting part we can look into it later, and we can try to add all of the error handlers over here. I'm going to say at app.your error handler of 400. Let's write that properly. Here I'm going to say define not underscore found return your JSONify with respect to error that is going to be route not found. Here I'm going to say 404. Similarly, next one, at app.your error handler of 500, define your server underscore error. Here I'm going to say return JSONify with respect to error. Here I'm going to say internal server error. Okay, pass on 500 and then just try to return the app. Here finally, here I'm going to say if underscore name is going to be equals to your main, app is going to be equals to create app, call that, and I'm just going to say your log.info MedBot starting on port this one, and then app.run host is going to be equals to 0.0.0.0 port equals to Flask port, and then debug is going to be equals to your Flask debug. All right, that's it. You can try to start the backend part. So for that, it's going to be equals to Python src/app.py. First save the file. Let's see what exactly happens. Okay, we do have some issue, I guess. Nope, as you can see, it's working properly fine. So yeah, it says over here, as you can see, initializing RAG pipeline, loading Pinecone index, that is our index which we created, that is MedBot new Gale. Vector store is also loaded. LangChain built, as you can see, model is GPT-4, temperature is 0.3, and RAG pipeline is ready, and MedBot is running on 8080. Okay, this is just a warning, and as you can see, it's running on address this one and HTTP this particular URL. So as you can see, it says debugger is active. That's the debugger pin. So we are good to go. So we have started the backend part. This is good. So let's come back to your /register over here. Let's try to register. I'm gonna enter a name and your email. Apart from that, a password. Let's say create account. Okay, nothing seems to happen. Let's look out for the register page.tsx. If at all we've given handle register to this. Nope, it's currently disabled. Yeah, now let's check what happens. I'm going to say create account. Okay, so it says creating account, and after that nothing happened. Let's actually verify in Superbase if at all, our account is registered. So yes, this is my project. I'm going to go into my authentication. Okay, so no users are being shown over here currently. Let's verify the backend part. All right, so here we don't have any issues because it is showing 201. Yeah, so I guess I missed out 2 steps, that is to add the safe auth and the router.push to /. So I've just added that over here within the register part, that is over here, these 2 lines. So you can take a look at it and then you can add that part. Over here, as you can see, your RLS is enabled with no policies. So let's try to execute something within your SQL editor. So new tab. So make sure to execute this. So you're going to disable the row level security. So this is actually blocking your inserts, and we are not able to see the users that are getting added into your backend. So let's say run over here. Okay, success, no rows returned. Now let's give this a try. I'm going to press on reload. Let's see what exactly happens. Let's make sure our backend is running. This is also running. Yeah, this is also fine. Let's press on create account. Okay, that's weird. It says email already registered, which means previously it got registered. Okay, let's try to log in once. Let's see what exactly happens. Let's give the same password we gave previously, sign in, and boom, just like that we are able to sign in. So this is working properly fine. So register, you can try that out again. Okay, so there you go. For the users, we have 2, as you can see. One is the test user which we created, okay, and one is the user which I just created while recording this video, that is for the front end part. Let's check out your users bit. There you go, just like that we have 2 users. That's the reason we were getting that is your email is already registered. So this part is working properly fine. So we have all of the details. This was implemented with the help of the testing in the terminal, as you have seen it previously. So this part is working properly fine. So now the next step is to actually design your entire chat page. Towards the left, you're going to have that sidebar, as you've seen, and user can enter the text input and they can chat with that specific chatbot. So that's going to be the next step. So we can start writing the code. within your page.tsx, or let's actually check if at all any backend part is required for this. Yeah, so we do need to write the chat store.py where we have the create session, your get session, update session title, and also the delete session and save message, all of these things. I am not sure that's already written within the backend. Yeah, chat store is not written. So press on src and then new file. I'm going to say chat underscore store dot py. So this file, as the name suggests, is going to handle the saving and loading chat sessions and messages from Superbase. All right. So yeah, on the top, I'm going to import some required things. Import sys from pathlib, import path from dates time, import your dates time, comma your time zone. Next, from typing, import list, comma your optional, and again I'm going to use the same method, that is sys.path.insert. Okay, so next, from your config file, I am going to import your Superbase URL, comma your Superbase service key, and from src.logger I'm going to import getLogger, and from Superbase I'm going to import your create underscore client. So log is going to be equals to your get underscore logger with respect to the name. So here I'm going to say Superbase equals to, let's create the client. So pass on two things over here. That's going to be your Superbase URL as well as your Superbase service key. Next, let's write down the functions for the sessions. The first one is going to be your create session. So I'm going to say define create underscore session. It's going to have your user underscore ID of string as well as the title, that is going to be of string, equals to a new chat initially. So here I'm going to say result is going to be equals to Superbase dot your table of your chat underscore sessions dot insert. I'm going to say user underscore ID is going to be user underscore ID as well as your title, that is going to be your title. Here I'm going to say dot execute as well. So this command gets executed. Next, here I'm going to say session is going to be equals to your result.data of 0, and here I'm going to log the info. So log.info. Here I'm going to say your session created, that is going to be session with respect to your ID for user, that is going to be user underscore ID. Then just try to return that session. Okay, so that's the basic function for creating a session. Next, let's try to get the session. Okay, if at all they press on any kind of chat session, we need to get that. So I'm going to say define get underscore session, which in turn is going to take in your user ID of type string, and it's going to return the list. So result is going to be equals to your Superbase dot your table of your chat sessions. Okay, here I'm going to say dot select star, and I'm going to say dot equals your user underscore ID. It should match the user ID. Next, I'm going to say dot order updated at, and descending is going to be equals to true, and I'm just going to say dot execute. So this basically is going to return your chat sessions for a specific user from the backend. Next is to update the session title. I'm going to add that. Alright, you can take a look at it. So this is a function to update the session title. So for that, we're going to say superbase.table of going to chat sessions and update. Title is going to be title, updated at is going to be date time to snuff, and based on whatever time they've updated at, that is the last time it is going to get updated. Okay, and dot equal, it should be id, and then the session id dot execute, and we're just going to log saying that your session title is updated. Next, similarly, I'm going to write it for the deleting of session. This is going to have your session underscore id, that is going to be of type string, and then user underscore id of string as well. That is going to return a bool. So result is going to be equals to your superbase dot table of your chat underscore sessions. Here I'm going to say dot delete. So which one should you delete? It should equal your id, that should be matching your session id. Okay, next I'm going to say dot equal to be of your user id, as well as it should match the user id. Next, I'm just going to say dot execute. We can log a info saying that log.info session is deleted. Okay, with that particular session id, and I'm just going to say return true. Next is to save the message and get the message. These two are the remaining things. I'm going to say save underscore messages. It's going to have your session underscore id, that is going to be of type string, and role is also going to be of type string, and content is also going to be of type string. Apart from that, we're going to have your sources, that is optional, and we're going to have initially it's going to be none. Next, your duration in milliseconds, optional, that's going to be in integer, equals to none. Alright, so here initialize your result. So I'm going to say result is going to be equals to your superbase dot your table of your messages dot insert. Here I'm going to say your session underscore id, that is going to be a session id. Next, your role, that is going to be that specific role. Your content, that is going to be your content. Apart from that, your sources as well, that is going to be your sources, and your duration in milliseconds, that is going to be duration underscore milliseconds. Here I'm just going to say dot execute, and here I'm going to write your log.info message saved role in your session and your session underscore id. I'm just going to say return the data result.data of your 0. So that's pretty much it. So now let's first of all finally write your get messages function. So I'm going to say define get messages of your session id of string. So for a particular session id, we're going to get all of the messages. That's what this does. Here I'm going to say result equals to your superbase dot your table of messages, and I've just added the remaining part. Okay, you can take a look at it. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is we can come back to your auth.py, and I mean not auth, let me just verify that once. Auth is done. I think your app.py, we need to include all of the session routes, that is for API sessions, and then your API session ID and API sessions session ID, as well as the messages. And we also need to write the code for your streaming part. These are the required things. Okay, and also onto the front end part, within your API.ts, we need to write the different functions for sessions. So let's go ahead and then write that part. So come back to your front end part, your API.ts. So previously we had written it for the register as well as the login. So onto the top, first of all, we're gonna have the interface as well. So I'm gonna say export interface your chat message. It's gonna have ID of string, role, that is gonna be user or bot. Next, we're gonna have the content, that is gonna be of string, and sources is gonna be of type source, that is in the form of array. Then duration in milliseconds, that is gonna be a number. Next, for the session, export interface session ID is gonna be equals to string, your title also a string. Next, created at is gonna be string, as well as your updated at is also gonna be of type string. Now let's write down the first function, that is gonna be your fetch session. It's gonna be just below this. Export async function fetch session. It's gonna be a promise of session. Okay, that is just like this. Here I'm going to say const result is going to be equals to await fetch. Again, over here you can use your Axios, that's better. Here I'm going to say dollar your backend URL /API / your sessions. Here pass on the headers, that is going to be your auth headers. We're gonna require that. Let me add that in just a bit. So next, const data is gonna be equals to await result.json, and here I'm gonna say return data.sessions or a empty array. So yeah, let's add that auth headers over here. That is just like this. You can take a look at it. This get token is gonna come from the auth file. So first of all, say const token is going to be equals to gets token, and return content type is going to be application /JSON, and if all token is present, then set the authorization, that is going to be bearer token, else it is going to be empty. That's it. So similarly, let's write down the functions for your create session, delete session, and then fetch messages. Copy this down a couple of times. So second one is going to be for the create session. Okay, so again, const result is going to be equals to await fetch backend URL API /sessions. Headers is going to be your auth headers. This is going to have a method that is going to be post, because we are creating something. It's also going to have a body as well. So body is going to be json.stringify of the title. So yes, that's pretty much it. So this title is going to be coming from the parameters, and here we're just going to say return your result.json. So that is going to be just like this. Next, we're going to have it for your delete session. So it's going to be simple. I'm going to say delete session. So this is going to have your session ID basically. So session ID of string. Again, it's going to be of the same type, promise of void, not session. Okay, so here we're going to say await fetch and backend URL /API/sessions and then / your session ID. Method is going to be delete over here. And headers is going to be your auth headers itself. And you can remove this code, not required for now. That's it. Now next I'm also going to add it for your fetch messages. Okay, this is going to have your session ID again. That is going to be of string. Here we're going to say promise of type chat message. So here first of all I'm going to say const result equals to await fetch. So just try to use this part and make the changes. It's going to be backend URL API sessions session ID / your messages. Okay, and over here within this I'm going to say headers is going to be your auth headers. And after this I'm going to say let's try to get in the data. So const data is going to be equals to your await result dot your JSON. Next I'm going to say return your data dot messages or empty array dot map every value that is going to be of chat message. Over here I'm going to return the following things. There you go, I've just written this part. You can take a look at it. So we have written all the functions. We have one more function that is going to be your stream chat. Okay, so we can write that later I feel. So now for the remaining part is within yours app.py, my bad. Here, so here we need to write all of the functions for your sessions part. Let me just write that. So yes, these are all of your session routes. So onto the top we just need to import it. You can take a look at it. It's pretty simple. So over here let's say from your chat underscore store we're going to import some of the following things. That is just like this. Okay, so you can take a look at it once again. First we have is for the API sessions. Method is going to be get. It's going to be list sessions. The next one is for the new sessions. The next one is for remove session or delete session. Next is to get all of the messages part. Okay, so these are the required things that we're going to use. So yes, that's pretty much it. So now let's come back to the page.tsx and then we can start designing all of the required things. So that's the last step. So where we design the home, that is going to look something like you saw in the demo part of the video. So yes, the first step is over here. We can remove all of this design. Let's say the complete main block, save. Right, so within your home or above this I'm gonna import the suggested questions as you saw initially. So you can try to modify this or you can use the same set of questions as well. So yes, these are the suggested questions. You can take a look at it and let's try to initialize some state. So const router is going to be equals to your use router, then const user comma set user is going to be equals to your use state. It's going to have full underscore name of string. Email is going to be of string as well, or null, initially of null. There should be string. Next we're going to have it for the sessions, const sessions comma set sessions equals to use state of type session. So you can import session from your lib API. That's the one. Next we have it for the active session as well as for the messages and set messages. There is just like this, import chat message from the lib API. Apart from that, we're gonna have it for the input as well. Const input comma set input is gonna be equals to use state initial empty string. Next is for the loading state, const loading comma set loading equals to use state by default in false condition. Next, const healthy comma set healthy is going to be equals to your use state of boolean or null. Here I'm going to say null. Here I'm going to initialize my bottom ref is going to be equals to the use ref. It's going to be of type HTML div element. That's the one. Initially it's going to be null. Next, I also have a design for the input ref. So I'm going to say input ref is going to be equals to use ref. Here it's going to be of HTML text area element. Initially null. Okay. So this step is done. So first of all, we're going to do the health check over here. So I'm going to say use effect. Yeah, so now this step is done. So now the next step is we're going to do a kind of auth check over here. That is, if at all the user is not logged in, then we're going to push them to the login screen. So I'm going to say use effect, import it from React. I'm going to check if not of is logged in. That function we've already defined within the lib folder. Take that out. And here I'm going to say router.push. It's going to be / your login. Okay, then I'm just directly going to say return over here. Okay, next I'm going to initialize my user. Const u is going to be equals to get user, imported from libauth. Then your check health, I think this function is missing, dot then I'm going to say set healthy. So your check health is a simple function. I'm just going to add that within your API.tsx. So it's just going to make a call to your API health, and then it's going to set the data, and then it's going to return if at all data.ready is equals to true. So import check health. After that, we're going to call the load sessions over here. I'm going to say load sessions. We can go ahead and then write the load sessions function over here below this. I'm going to say const load sessions is going to be equals to async method. So it's pretty simple. We're just going to call that fetch sessions, which is already defined within the auth file. So const data is going to be equals to await your fetch sessions. As you can see from the lib API, it's already defined. Use that, and it's going to set the sessions of that specific data. Save the file. Yeah, we do have an issue. So it says you're importing a module that depends on use effect. Okay, I think this is with respect to the use client directive. Yeah, we need to use that on the top. So here I'm going to say use client save. So you should see that error gone. So we do have one issue. It says failed to fetch. All right. Okay, because your backend is not running for some reason. So python src.py. Yeah, so there is some issue with respect to your chat_store, I guess. So let's check that out. So come back to the backend folder and then your app.py. Yeah, so it says cannot import name get sessions from src.chatstore. So get_sessions. Yeah, I think there is some issue with that. So come back to chat store. Okay, there should be sessions, not session. Save. Let's come back over here. So this should be working fine now because we have changed the name. Yeah, so just rename that, and then again let's run it. So yep, this is working fine. So now we can try to reload this as well. Come back to your page.tsx or just reload over here. There you go, that issue is gone. So we are able to call the user part as well as load the sessions. It is working properly fine. So now obviously sessions are 0 because the user has not done anything. Okay, so next I'm just going to add a simple use effect. This is for your animation part. That's going to be over here. So you're going to say access the bottom ref dot current dot, I'm going to use the scroll into view method, and I'm going to pass the behavior as smooth, and this is going to be dependent upon the messages and loading, such that once when the user uses the chatbot or scrolls down, it's going to be properly smooth. So this part is done. So now we can actually get into the return block of it, and later if at all anything is required, we can style this out. So first of all, for the outermost div, I'm going to say flex. It's going to have a height of screen and bg of this color code, that is 0a, 0f, and then 1e. Overflow is gonna be hidden. Okay, so this is for the sidebar part that we're gonna design. I'm not sure if at all I have initialized the state for that. That is your sidebar part. Let me just check my previous code. Yeah, so sidebar is missed out. So just try to add this. That is sidebar open, and then set sidebar open is going to be initially true itself. Okay, so that's going to be the first code within the return block. I'm going to check if at all my sidebar open state is true, and over here I'm going to design that. I'm going to make use of a side tag over here, and within this I'm going to have a div. First of all, the design for this class name, it's going to have a width of a specific one, 64. bg is going to be 0d1, and then b2e. Border right, border is going to be of this color code, that is hashtag 1e3a5f. That's going to be flex, and then flex column, and I'm also going to say shrink is going to be of 0. Save the file. There you go, just like that we're able to see our nice looking search bar. So this part is good. So now within the div, we're going to have one more div, basically add in this. We're going to have one more div which is going to say m. Within that, we're going to have a span tag which is going to say your MedBot. So yes, class name for this, text of white color, and then font of semi bold, text of SM. And for the one which says M, I think you can take it from the previous screen. That is this one. It's going to be similar. So width is going to be 7, and your height is going to be 7. Okay, it's going to have a BG blue of 600. Rounded, I'm going to keep it as LG. Apart from that, flex, item center, justify center, and all of these are going to remain as is. So after font bold, we're going to say text of XS. So let's try to save the file and check out the UI. There you go, MedBot and then M. That's looking fine. So for your inner view, I'm going to say class name, inner div, so P of 4, border B, and then border is going to be of this color, 1E3A5F. Save. There you go, that's looking neat. This part is looking good. And for this one, it's going to have a flex. So I'm going to say class name, give it flex, and items is going to be of center, a gap of 2 between the items, and then MB of 4. There you go, that's looking good. So this part is done. So now below the div, I'm going to have a button which is going to say new chat. Have a span tag which is going to say new chat. For the button, I'm going to have a class name. It's going to have a width of full. And yeah, apart from that, we're going to say BG blue of 600. And if at all you hover over it, I'm going to say BG blue of 500, so you get a good shade of it. And then, you know, text of white, it's going to have text of SM, font of medium, PY of 2, PX of 3, this for the padding part, rounded is going to be XL, transition is going to be all, I'm going to say flex, items of center, a gap of 2. Let's see how exactly it's looking. There you go, new chat. Let's design the span tag. So for this, I'm going to say text of LG, leading is going to be none. Save. There you go. I think LG is not looking that good. Okay, my bad. So this should say plus, and then after that it should give the new chat. So this is going to say plus. Here we are going to say a text which is going to say new chat. Save. There you go. Just like that, even the hover is working pretty good. This is looking really nice. Okay, now this part is done. So now let's move on to the next part, that is going to be to show all of the sessions list. So yes, this part is not yet done, but yeah, we can go ahead and then write down the design, because even if I write down the design, there is going to be 0 sessions because the user has not had any session over here, so, or any chat as well. So here, first of all, I'm going to say sessions dot length equals to 0 if that's true, and over here I'm going to show a p tag which is going to say no chats yet, and for the p tag I'm going to say class name text late of, let's say, 500, text of XS, text of center, empty of 4. And for the div, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, overflow should be hidden, okay, or I'm going to say overflow Y of auto, I'm going to say P of 2 and space Y of 1. Save. And there you go. Just like that, since this user has 0 chats, it is going to show no chats yet. And if that condition is false, it's not going to show anything. So here I'm going to say sessions dot map for every session over here. I'm going to enter a new div. Yeah, so here we're going to have 2 parts. One is session title and one is a cross button. Once you press on cross button, you're going to delete it. Okay, so I'm going to add the design for that. So yeah, you can take a look at it. We're going to define that in just a bit. That is handle select session, or let's see if at all we can, define it now itself. Yeah, we can do that. On the top, let's say const handle select session is going to be equals to a async method. Okay, this is gonna have your session of type session. Here I'm gonna say, first of all, set active session of this specific session, and const messages equals to await, call your fetch messages for that specific session of your session.id. That's what this function takes, that is fetch messages. And then I'm just gonna set the messages over here to be of the messages. That's it. We do have one more part, that is going to be handle delete session. Let's also write this as well. So const handle delete session is going to be equals to async method. It's going to have a e event, that is going to be your react dot your mouse event, comma your session id, that is going to be of type string. Here I'm going to say e dot stop propagation. Next I'm going to say await your delete sessions of your session id. Okay, next I'm going to say set sessions. In the front end part we need to clear it, so I'm going to access all of the previous values within the state and I'm going to filter it out. So here I'm going to say your previous dot filter, for any value over here I'm going to say s.id should not be equals to your session id. By this it should be filtered out, and I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all your active session dot your id is equals to session ID. Let's write that properly. Then over here in this case I'm going to say set active session to be of null, okay, and set messages to be of empty array. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So we have written all of these two things and no chat yet. That is good. So now let's continue designing. So we are going to have also the user info being shown below this. Let's design that bit. It's going to be coming over here. Have a new div tag. Within that, one more div, another div, which in turn is going to have a p tag, which is going to be showing user dot your full name. Similarly, next one, that is going to be your user dot your email. Let's check it out over here. Okay, first let's design and let's see why exactly it's not showing up. So for the topmost part, class name, padding of 4, border of t, and border is going to be this color code 1E3 and then A5F. Okay, so for the inner div, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have flex, items of center, and justify of between. For this particular inner div, nothing. For this, I'm going to say text of white, text of XS or small. Your font is going to be of medium, and I'm also going to say truncate over here. For this one, I'm going to pass on class name. That is going to be text slate of 400, text of XS, and then truncate. Save the file. Let's check out the design. Okay, so for some reason the user is not being shown. We are able to see the border part. So here I'm just going to say console.log data and the user. Save. Let's inspect and then console. Okay, so data is actually null. Not sure why. Let's verify where we are going wrong. So here we are calling your get user, but yeah, we are not setting it. Okay, my bad, that's the issue. So here we need to say set user of your u. Now it should be showing correctly fine. Check it out. Okay, reload, and boom, just like that. As you can see, we do have your email, your full name, and we also do have the ID as well. So that's looking pretty nice, and as you can see, we're able to see the username as well as your email ID. So yeah, this part is done. The sidebar part is almost done. So now let's look into the main area, that is your center part of the screen. So for that, let's initialize another div that is going to be coming over here, having a div, and for this let's pass on the class name that is going to be flex, and it's going to be flex column, a flex of 1, and overflow is going to be hidden. So within this, I'm going to have the nav bar. That's going to have your header. Within that, a div as well. Within that, a button. I'm going to add that button. You can take a look at it. This is basically a kind of icon. That is going to be this one. So save. And for the header, I'm going to give on the class name. So it's going to be a flex container, items of center, and justify of between. Your px is going to be 6 and your py is going to be 4, border b, and then border is going to be hashtag 1e3a5f 5f, just like this, and bg color as well, that is 0d1, and then b2e. I'm going to say shrink is going to be of 0. There you go. Just like that, the main area is being correctly designed. Okay, it is correctly fitting the right position. So once you press on that, automatically the search bar is going to get closed. Okay, so this part is done. And for the inner div, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have flex, items of center, a gap of 3. Okay, so this part is done. So below the button part, I'm going to have your another div and one more h1 tag. Over here I'm going to say your active session, is true, then show the active session dot title, else just show this hard-coded text which is going to say MedBot. So for this class name, text is going to be white color, font is going to be semi-bold, text is going to be of base, leading is going to be none. For your outermost div, there is no design as of now. Okay, here p tag, I'm just going to add this piece of text. Okay, save the file, and there you go. Just like that, this is looking pretty neat. You can take a look at it. And now towards the right hand part, we're going to have one more piece of design, so add it over here, which in turn is going to have one more div, and next it's going to have a self-enclosing div, so let's add that as well. Below that, a span tag. Here I'm going to check healthy. If it's true, if it is equals to null, I'm going to say connecting dot 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 dot, else your healthy is true, I'm going to say online, else I'm going to say offline. So here, if at all your backend is working fine, it's going to show online. If at all it's going to be equals to null, it's going to show connecting, else it's going to show yours, else it's going to show offline. Okay, so for this class name, text of xs, and then text slate of 300. Okay, for this one, or for the outermost one, I'm going to give the class name flex items of center and a gap of 3. For this one, class name, I'm going to give it flex items of center, gap is going to be 1.5. Added the own design for this part. Okay, it's going to have a width of 2, height of 2, rounded off full. If at all your healthy is equals to null, then bg yellow. If healthy is true, then bg emerald of 400. Save and test it out. There you go. Just like that, it says it is online, which means our backend is healthy, so the user can chat with the chatbot. So now the next step is we can go ahead and then design the main part, or you can skip that. We can just write it over here as a boilerplate code, and we can go ahead and then design the input part. So below this, I'm going to have something called as the footer. Within this, a div. Within that, one more div. Here I'm going to make sure the text area tag, that is going to be, let's say, self-enclosing. Okay, so reference is going to be equals to input ref. We've already provided that. Value is going to be equals to input. And on change, what needs to happen? Taking that event and set the state, set input to be of e dot target dot value. On keyboard down, on key down, I'm going to say handle key down. So you can just define this on the top. It's going to be a simple function that is just like this. Handle send, we can write it later. Okay, so after on key down, we're going to have your placeholder bit that is going to say ask a medical question dot 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 and enter to send. And I'm going to say rows is going to be equals to 1, and pass on the class name. Here I'm going to say give it a flex of 1, bg of transparent, okay, and text slate of 200. We also have this placeholder color, so placeholder slate of 500. I'm going to say text is going to be sm. Your resize is going to be none. Outline for the text input is also going to be none. Pass on that, and then a max height of 32, not more than that. Leading, I'm going to say relaxed. Next, I'm going to pass it on for the on input. What needs to happen? These are some of the configuration changes with respect to the text input. So I'm going to say const is going to be equals to e.target.html text area element, and then set the style.height, and then style.height is going to be equals to your t.scrollHeight plus your pixel. Next, we're going to have the button. So I'll be providing you the code for this because this is going to have some SVG related code as well as the path as well. And below that, we're going to have a p tag. I'm going to enter the p tag and then I'm also going to paste the button. So I'm going to say MedBot can make mistakes. Always verify with clinical judgment. So yeah, class name with respect to this, for text of center, okay, and text of XS, text slate of 400, a margin top of 2. This is the button code. You can take a look at it. Let's format once, save the file. Let's look into the design. There you go. Just like that, is looking clean. So once the messages is shown up, we're going to design it properly so that it comes towards the bottommost part. So now let's design it for the footer. So I'm going to say class name over here, px of 4, py of 4, and border is going to be of top, and border is going to be of this color code, that is 1e, 3a, and then 5f. bg of this color code, that is 0d1, and then b2e. And I'm again going to pass shrink of 0. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty neat. This part is complete. For the inner div, I'm going to give it a max width of 3xl. mx is going to be of auto. For this div, I'm going to give it some class name, flex container, items end. Okay, apart from that, a gap of 3, and I've entered the remaining style over here. Save. There you go. That's looking good. I think there is some issue with the configuration part because it is not looking that good. So yeah, there you go. Just like that, this looking fine. You can take a look at it. So once the messages part is done, we can, design the footer properly and we can place it at the bottommost part. So save the file. We can also write this quick function, that is handle logout. So const handle logout is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. I'm just going to call the logout function from your API lib, and router dot push to be of /login. Alright, so next we can implement your chat streaming functionality. There are at least 2 more things left in the backend part, or we can implement actually the show welcome part. So let's say once you press on, or once you log on to the application onto the first time, if at all your show welcome is true, which is going to be true for the first time, then we're going to show some kind of design, that is all of the questions related part. Okay, so we can implement that and then we can move into the chat streaming functionality. So here, before the return block, I'm going to have a keyword or a variable that is going to be show welcome is going to be equals to messages.length. If at all your messages.length is equals to 0, then in that case we're going to show the design for show welcome. If at all it is greater than 1, then go ahead and then show the message part. So first of all, for the main part, let's give it some design. I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, overflow y of auto. Okay, then I'm going to say px of 4, py of 6. Okay, within this I'm going to have a div, and I'm going to say show welcome if it is true, and go ahead and then show this specific design. For the div, I'm going to say class name, I'm going to say max width of 3xl, mx is going to be auto, so it is centered to the screen, and space y of 6. Save. Let's see what exactly happens. Okay, I think we need to design this first, then only it's going to show up the design onto the screen. Yeah, now we can test it out, and there you go. Just like that, this footer which was there over here came from here to here. The reason being, we have given flex of 1 to the main, which means push whatever is there to the bottommost part, that is your footer. Okay, so that's it. So for this one, again, I'm going to pass on the class name, that is going to be flex. It's going to be flex column, and then items of center, justify of center as well. So it's basically going to have a min height of 60 vh. So let me just go ahead and then add that, and it's going to have a gap of 8. Okay, and over here I'm going to have a view, Within this, we're gonna have one more view that is gonna be self-enclosing, which is gonna have your M keyword, that is for the MedBot. So you can just take it from the previous screen and then add it over here. So below this, we're gonna have a new one that is gonna be H2. I'm gonna say hello, your user.full name dot split of 0. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's gonna have, text of 2XL, font is gonna be semi bold, text of white, MB of 2. And for this specific div, I'm gonna say give it a class name that is gonna be text of center. Okay, and below this H2, we're gonna have a P tag, which is gonna say AI powered medical assistant trained on the Gale Encyclopedia of Medicine, that is your 3rd edition. Just like this, let's pass on the class name for this P tag. It's gonna have a text slate of, let's say, 300, a text of SM, and max width is gonna be MD, medium. Let's look out the design. There you go. Just like that, is looking pretty clean. It says AI powered medical assistant trained on the Gale Encyclopedia of Medicine, and it's also showing the username. Okay, so below this, we're gonna show all of the hard-coded questions that we had. Okay, so below this specific div, we are gonna say one more div. Okay, so that's just like this, and add the design for this. Within this specific div, I'm gonna have a P tag, which is gonna say suggested questions you can ask. Pass on the class name for this, that is gonna be text of XS, text slate of 400, text is gonna be of center, margin bottom of 3. Next, have in your div over here. Here I'm gonna say class name, flex column, gap of 2. Within this div, we're gonna do the mapping part. I'm gonna say suggested questions dot map. For every question and index, let's try to show a button basically and access the question. Save. You should be able to see all of the questions being shown. There you go. That's looking good. So now over here for your button, pass on the key. There is index. On click, what needs to happen, you can write that later. Next is your class name. Text of left, px of 4, then py of 3. Rounded is going to be XL. BG of this color code, that is 111827. It's going to have a border and then border of this color code, that is 1E3A5F. Next, I'm also going to add the hover part, that is going to be border blue of 500. And if I hover, even BG is going to change, that is going to be 0D1 and then B2E. I'm going to say text slate of 300, and if I hover over this, I'm going to say text of white, text of SM, and transition all. Save. There you go. Just like this is looking pretty neat and the UI is looking really good. So yeah, this part is done. So now we can also try to show the messages part as well. That is a design for it. So let's say right below this, I'm going to say you can map over your messages dot map for every message and the index we can first of all check if at all that's the last message. Equals to I equals to your messages dot length minus 1. That's how we check it. And I'm going to check const is empty bot equals to your is last message and if at all your message dot role is equals to a bot and your message dot content equals to empty string and loading is true. Okay, here I'm going to say if is empty bot, then we need to return a typing indicator. Pass on the key to this, that is going to be ID. Here I'm going to return a message component. Basically I'm going to say key equals to ID, role is going to be equals to your message dot role, content is going to be equals to message dot content, sources equals to your message dot your sources, and next duration is going to be equals to your msg dot your duration milliseconds. So you can create basically a components folder within the app router and you can just enter whatever I'm entering over here. Components typing indicator dot tsx, and there you go. Okay, this is the avatar as M, that is towards the left hand side, and this is the bubble design. You can take a look at it for the entire design. Save. Let's come back over here, import it from your components folder. Next, similarly, so this should be ID basically. So next is for your message part. So let's create a message.tsx component over here. Import the required statements over there. I'm going to say export default function message, your role, content, sources, duration ms. It's going to be of type message props. Okay, first of all I'm going to check if at all is user. This should be equals to the user. Next, const copied comma set copied is going to be equals to use state of true. Now let's look into the return design. Have a main outer div, within that a inner div. If is user, it's going to be doctor, else it's going to be M, that is the MedBot. Class name for this, so here I'm going to say width of 8, height of 8, rounded is going to be full, flex, items of center, justify of center, text white, text of XS, font is going to be of bold, and I'm going to pass on these stylings. Okay, that is just like this. We can take a look at it. For the outermost part, I'm going to say your flex, items of start, gap of 3. Okay, message is going to be animate, use that, and again the condition, if is user, then it's going to be flex row reverse, else it's going to be empty. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Now if nothing should happen, first of all let's try to import your message from components. So below this specific div, we're going to have one more div basically. Add in that. Here another div. I'm going to check if is user is true. Then go ahead and then show the content. That is going to be your P. the content that is going to be coming from the props. Also, here we're going to show the React Markdown that is going to be coming from the React Markdown package. This is to show the answer in a really good and nice formatted way. I'm going to add the code for that. So there you go. You can take a look at it, and React Markdown is already imported. So this is the code. Okay. Next, you're going to have your copy button that is going to be over here. I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all content is present and over here I'm going to show a button. Here I'm going to say copied. Okay, something like this. So for the button I'm going to say class name absolute. So it is just going to show up like a copy icon on GPT or a Claude code. Right of 2, opacity is going to be 0. I'm going to say group hover, opacity is going to be 100. Next, I'm also going to say transition, opacity, and BG is going to be this color code, that is 1E3A5F. Apart from that, I'm going to say hover, that is going to be BG blue of 600. Next, text slate of 300, hover, text white, px of 2, py of 1. So px2, py1, rounded is going to be lg, text is going to be xs. That's it. On press is going to be your handle copy. On click, handle copy. So this is going to get copied to the clipboard. So I'm going to say const handle copy is going to be equals to, I'm going to say navigator dot, you can access the clipboard dot write text of that specific content, whatever is there. And I'm going to say set copied to be of true and set timeout as well. We're going to set it to be false again after 2 seconds. So set copy to be of false, 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. So next is a design to show all of the sources part. So I'm going to say over here sources and your sources dot length is greater than 0, and over here let's have a div. Okay, I'm also going to have a p tag which is going to show the sources from Gale Encyclopedia. That is just like this. You can take a look at it. And for the div, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of column, gap of 1, width of full. Save. Below this div we're going to have, below the p tag we're going to have a new div that is just like this. Here I'm going to say your sources dot map for every source and the index. Here I'm going to say a div tag. I'm going to have a span which is going to show the page, that is from which page it is getting the data from. So it is going to be a source dot page. Next we're going to have another p tag which is going to show the preview, that is going to be a source dot preview. For the div, let's add the design. It's going to be BG of this color code. Next is your border part, and apart from that, all of these designs. And next, text slate of 400, max width XS. For the span, text blue of 400, font is going to be medium. For the source over here, that is source.preview, text slate 300, empty of 0.5 and truncate. And for the outermost div, class name, flex wrap, and then gap of 2, format, save. So as you can take a look at it, even for the top part, I think the design was missing over here for this bit. I've added that as well. There you go. That's pretty much it. Okay, this is duration underscore ms, not duration. Save. Now you cannot see anything because as of now nothing is implemented with respect to the chatting part. So now the next step is, let's head back to the chat store.py and then let's write to save the message to the backend. I think that's done. Okay, not chat store, your your app.py, and we need to write it for the chat stream route. Okay, and also within the front end part, within your api.ts, we need to write it for the stream message. These two things are remaining and we can test this feature out. So first of all, let's come back to your auth.py, your app.py, and then let's write that function that is for the streaming part over here. So here I'm going to say your app.route, it's going to be /API/chat/ your stream. Okay, methods I'm going to pass is your post method. This requires auth, so I'm going to say @require_auth. So define your chat_stream. I'm going to say retriever equals to app.config.get of your retriever. Okay, so basically this function is really important for your entire working of the application. So basically the user is going to ask the question and it's going to go through your route, which is authentication is required, and it retrieves the relevant documents, it builds the prompts, sends it to OpenAI, stream tokens back and save the chat history, and sends the success message. That's what it's going to do. So next we're going to have your chat stream endpoint. So this creates your API endpoint that is going to be API chat stream. Okay, so this is going to require auth, which means the bearer token is required. So next I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all your retriever if retriever is none, then return your JSONify, that is error. Here we are going to say RAG pipeline not ready. Okay, and I'm going to pass on the 503 error. So basically this retriever is connected to your vector database. So you can think like the question comes, then the retriever, then your relevant chunks. So now the next step is to read the request body. That's the further step. So data equals to request dot, we do have the get JSON. I'm going to pass on silent is equals to true or empty object, then question equals to data.get. It's going to be with respect to the question. Okay, or just an empty string dot, I'm going to say strip over here. Next I'm going to say session_id equals to your data.get of your session_id. Again similarly it's going to be or empty string dot strip. So here next I'm just going to do the conditional checks if at all the question is present or not. So if not of question, I'm going to say return your JSONify of your error. Here we are going to say no question provided. Here I'm going to pass on the 400 error. And next if not your session_id, here I'm going to say return JSONify of your error. We're going to say no session_id is provided. Okay, and furthermore I'm going to check if at all your length of your question is greater than 2000. It cannot be. I'm going to say return your JSONify of the error, which is going to say question is too long. So yes, this part is done. So now the next step is to save the user message immediately. So I'm going to say save underscore message of your session ID, comma, with respect to the user, that's the role, and question itself. Now the next step is to, auto title the session from the first question. So that title is going to show up for that specific chat. So sessions equals to, I'm going to say get underscore sessions of your request dot your user underscore ID. Okay, here next I'm going to say current equals to next of s for s in sessions if s of your ID is going to be equals to your session underscore ID. Okay, next here I'm going to check if at all your current and your current of title equals to new chat, which is going to be true for the first case. Then here I'm going to say your title equals to, I'm going to choose the question that is first 50 characters, that is going to be your new session title, plus dot 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 if my length of question is greater than 50. Okay, else it's just going to be an empty string. Next I'm just going to say update session title of the session ID as well as your title. Title is there above, it's going to use that value. So this part is done. Next over here I'm going to say from your OpenAI, import OpenAI. Next from your config, I'm going to say import your OpenAPI key, OpenAI LLM model, and your LLM temperature. Okay, so now let's define your function that is going to be your generate function. So this is a Python generator. So instead of returning the answer, it does yield token 1, yield token 2, and then yield token 3. So this basically enables your streaming part. Okay, so first of all, let's try to define that generate over here. I'm going to say try over here. So docs equals to retriever dot your get underscore relevant underscore documents of your question. Scene is going to be equals to a set over here. So here what we're trying to do is we are trying to retrieve the relevant documents. Okay, so let's say your question is what causes malaria. So vector search is going to happen. So it may be returning something called as, let's say, a document, and within that we're going to have the page content, which is going to say malaria is caused by so and so, and the metadata as well. So that's very important for us. And we're going to build your source list. So for that we're going to avoid your duplicate pages. That's the reason I've used the set over here. Okay, so next over here I'm going to initialize my sources, that is going to be equals to empty array. Next for doc, in your docs, here I'm going to say page equals to doc dot your metadata dot get with respect to the page and the question mark over here. I'm going to check if my page not in pages, sorry, if page not in scene, then I'm going to say scene dot add of that specific page. And next over here I'm just going to show the sources as well. That is going to be sources dot append your page as well as the preview. So now this part is done. So now let's try to implement the context part as well as the prompt text. So this is going to be done just like this. Okay, so we're going to say dot join and then doc dot page content for doc in all of the docs that we have gotten. So that's going to be a context, and your prompt text is going to be your prompt dot format. Context is going to be equals to context, and question is going to be equals to question. Your prompt is coming from this one, that is prompt template, that is from the LangChain part. Okay, come back to app.py over here. Next, let's try to initialize the OpenAI client. I'm going to say OpenAI of your API key, that is going to be equals to OpenAPI key. I'm going to use the stream, that is going to be equals to client dot chat dot your completions dot create model is going to be equals to OpenAI LLM model, temperature equals to LLM temperature, max underscore tokens equals to 1024, next stream is going to be equals to true, and these are the messages. We're going to have the role and the content. So your role is going to be of your user. All right, and next is your content part, that is going to be a prompt text. That's it. So next, let's try to structure the answer. Initially, your full underscore answer is going to be equals to a empty string. Start is going to be your time. Next, for each chunk in the stream, because this is not going to give you a direct answer, correct? So here I'm going to say for your chunk in a stream, I'm going to say delta equals to your chunk dot your choices of 0 dot delta dot your content. Okay, next here I'm going to check if at all your delta is present, then your full answer plus equals to your delta, and I'm going to say yield delta json.dumps, type is going to be token, context is going to be of your delta part. Okay, so the reason we are using the loop is because this is actually called as a stream loop, because your OpenAI is going to send chunks like malaria, then then a disease, then cost. So that's the reason we're going to loop over all of it. Then we're going to extract that delta token. Okay, so we're going to say delta equals to your chunk dot choices of 0 dot delta dot content. So let's say delta is going to be equals to malaria, and we're going to keep on accumulating the answer. So we have written full answer is going to be equals to full answer plus delta. So full answer is going to become something like malaria is caused by parasites and so based on whatever details we are getting. So we've written the yield part. This is basically to send the token to the front end. Okay, so type is going to be of token, and then content is going to be of your context, that is your delta, basically like malaria is caused. That's how it goes to the front end part. So this is like something called as a server sent events. So front end receives all of these information instantly. Now the next step is to calculate the duration part. So for that I'm going to make use of the round method, and then I'm going to add it over here. So let's say just below this one, I'm going to say duration underscore ms equals to this formula. So now the next step is to save the bot message to the DB. So just call that save function which you have already defined. So save underscore message of the session ID. It's going to be of the bot. That's the role, basically your full answer, your sources, that is going to be equals to your sources, comma duration underscore milliseconds is going to be equals to your duration ms. Next again I'm going to use the yield and then send all of these data. So type of sources, and then sources are going to be with respect to that specific sources. Okay, so next over here I'm going to say accept your exception as e. I'm going to say log.error, streaming error, and show that specific error, and I'm going to say yield your data, that is going to be your json.dumps. Here I'm going to say type, that is going to be of error, and over here next your content, that is going to be string of error. Okay, that's it. So now let's try to return your response part. So I'm going to say return your response. Here I'm going to say stream with context, call the generate method, that is the function which we have just defined. I'm also going to pass in the MIME type, that is going to be your text / event stream. Next is all of your headers part. Headers equals to your cache control, that is going to be your no cache. XSL buffering, that's going to be no. So this part is done. So we are done with the backend part. So now we can head back to your api.ts, and then we're going to write the functionality for async function stream message. Okay, so come back to your api.ts over here. Let's say at this point of line, export async function, it's gonna be stream message. So it's gonna have a bunch of parameters: question, string, session ID, string as well. On token, it's gonna be a method. It's gonna return basically a void. Next, we're gonna have on sources. This in turn is gonna have sources of type source. It is gonna return a void as well. Next, on done, what needs to happen? So these are all of the methods that we're going to use. Next is your on error. That is going to be of string, and then it's going to return a void. Okay, so this is going to be of type promise of void. Okay, so here first of all, let's try to initialize the result equals to await fetch. It's gonna be dollar backend URL / your API. Yeah, / API / chat / your stream. Okay, so here it's gonna have in your method basically that is gonna be your post method, and then your headers, auth headers. Furthermore, your body, that is gonna be your JSON.stringify of your question, session ID, that is gonna be session ID. Furthermore, check if not of result.ok. I'm gonna say on error, failed to connect to the server. So failed to connect to the server. Then I'm just going to say return over here. Next, const reader is going to be equals to result.body.your get reader. We have that method, use that. Next, let's try to decode it. Const decoder is going to be equals to new text decoder, and if not of reader, I'm going to say on error, that is going to be no response body, and let's try to return over here. So now let's understand what exactly is your on token, on sources, as well as on done, right? So basically on token is called whenever a new token arrives from the backend part. Okay, let's say at every point of time each word keeps on coming. For example, malaria is caused by, so it goes like on token of malaria, and UI keeps on appending it as the answer keeps on flowing onto the UI part. Okay, next is the on source. So this is called when the backend sends the sources part, and on done is pretty simple. It is going to be called when your streaming part is completely done. Okay, so we do have something called as the get reader. That is what we've written. So this reads the chunks as they arrive from the backend. So next step we are using is something called as the text decoder. So here basically your network returns the bytes. Example, you can take it as the uint8 array. Bytes needs conversion. So first of all, it's going to go into the text decoder, and then it gives into the string format. Okay, so let's say your bytes are in this format like 77, 97, 108, and so on. That is going to go into the text decoder. It's going to decode, and then it's going to give back your string. Example, let's say malaria or whatever that particular value is going to have. So yes, that's it. So now if you're going to check the reader exists part, so I'm going to check if not of reader, then on error, and then return. Okay, so the next part is buffering. That's important because your stream data may arrive incomplete. For example, your backend might send type is token and then context is malaria. Network may split it into, let's say, chunk 1, that is just Data type is something half measured, not fully, and chunk 2, it measures from that particular point of content to the full content. So without buffer, your JSON parse is gonna fail. Okay, so you're gonna use the buffering part. So for that, let's initialize this over here. I'm gonna say let buffer equals to empty string. I'm gonna say while true, I'm gonna say const your done comma your value equals to wait. I'm going to say reader or dot read. Okay, next here I'm going to say if done, I'm going to say break. Here I'm going to say buffer plus equals to your decoder dot decode with respect to the value, and I'm going to say stream is going to be equals to true. So next I'm going to say const lines equals to your buffer dot split. Okay, so I've passed in /n/n because this is your SSE event separator. So let's say your data is going to be something like this, like a data token, and then content is malaria. And similarly in the next line we have data, again type of token, and then content is. So after splitting, it is going to be in the form of array, that is data, and then an object that is going to be type of token, and then content is malaria. Okay, so next we're going to preserve the last partial event. So for that we're going to make use of the pop method, and next I'm going to make use of the for const line of your lines. Here I'm going to check if not of your line dot starts with data. I'm going to say continue. Here I'm going to have try catch block. Within the try, I'm going to say const data equals to your JSON dot parse of your line dot slice of 6. Here I'm going to check if at all your data dot type is equals to token. Then I'm going to say on token of your data dot content. So similarly over here I'm going to say else if your data dot type is going to be equals to your sources. Then here I'm going to say on sources of your data dot your sources. Next I'm going to say else if your data dot type is equals to done. Next I'm going to say on done, and this is going to be for the last part, that is else if data dot type is going to be equals to your error. Then I'm going to say on error of your data dot content. So this part is done, and we have completed writing the entire stream message function. So this is how it's going to work. So I'm just going to add in the handle send message over here within your page.tsx. That is going to be over here. That is just like this. Okay, so import your create session from the lib folder and your stream message as well. Yeah, over here, so I think there are some underlying issues. Let's sort that out. I think it's with respect to duration ms. So let's go ahead and then fix all of these. We can keep it as optional over here. Okay, so yes, we are good to go. We can try to test this out and let's see what exactly is happening, and if at all we are actually able to get the data onto the UI part. And let's see if at all we have missed anything within the page.tsx. We have handle send, then handle delete session. Okay, yeah, handle send we have not given it over here. For the button, just try to enable that function. Apart from that, we have the load sessions, handle new chat. Let me check if at all it's added. Okay, that is not present. Handle new chat. Okay, let me just write all these functions as well. So first of all, I'm going to say const load sessions is going to be equals to, okay, so this is done. So for handle new chat, we need to write it. So handle new chat is going to be equals to async method. Here I'm going to say const session is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say create session of your new chat. All right, next I'm going to say set the sessions to be of taking the previous value, include the session, and then add in your previous value as well. Next, set active session to be of that specific session, just like this, and set the messages to be of your empty array. And I'm going to say input ref dot your current dot focus. Okay, so this part is done. So where we have the new chat button, we're going to say handle new chat for this. So just copy this down, and then in the button part where we have this, to this I'm going to say on press, I'm going to say handle new chat. Sorry, not on press, on click. So save. All right, next let me check if at all any other functions have been missed. We have handle select session. Is that done? Yeah, handle select session is there. Handle delete session is also there. Handle new chat and then handle send. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's see what exactly happens if at all I press on your new chat. Okay, there is an issue over here. It says failed to fetch. Okay, backend is not running, I guess. Okay, it should be, I think, python src app.py. So python src app.py. Okay, it should be src /. Okay, so it's currently running, I guess. Now we can try to reload the app once. New chat. And boom, just like that, as you can see, a new chat got initialized for us. Previously, this was not present. And a current active session is set up for this specific user. So now I'm just going to enter the same question, that is, what are the symptoms of malaria over here? Let's press on enter. Okay, so yeah, something is happening, but it says error, failed to connect to the server. Let's see where exactly we are erroring out. Okay, so we're getting a 503 error. This was 200, this was 201, which is good. So yes, let's check out the backend where we have made the mistake, specifically with the app.py. 503 supposedly is coming from this specific line. So let's see where exactly we have gone wrong. Okay, so first of all, let's check the first line. So that is retriever equals to app.config.get. Let me check my previous project. Just a minute. Okay, so wrong spelling. So let's make that change. There you go. It should be RIE. I've written EI, I guess. So make that change. And furthermore, okay, wrong length usage. Okay, so I'm going to use the correct one. Make sure to make that change. Next, in the for loop, okay, metadata spelling is wrong. I've just written metadat, so make that change as well. So it should be metadata.get. And there is one more issue with respect to the yield part, that is this one. Alright, so we have fixed all of the issues. So let's give this one more try. Come back to Chrome and then let's say reload. And we are in the correct chat, and I'm going to ask the same question. What are the symptoms of malaria? Enter. There you go, it's currently loading. Okay, so I think there is an issue because the streaming should be working fine. Okay, yeah, so there is a UI related bug. Let's try to fix this up because nothing happens over here and not sure what exactly is happening. So first of all, the animations part is not working. Let's fix that up. So some code changes need to be made within your globals.css. Only this is present, so add all of these as well. So we're going to use the keyframes part, and this is required for the dot animation. So access the typing class, that is dot. So this is with respect to your typing indicator. As you can see, just target that, and then we're going to provide the animation. So we're going to say animation blink 1.2 seconds, infinite is 0 seconds. So this is for the blink as well. We're going to use the keyframes. So for 0% and 100% opacity is going to be 0.2, and for 50% opacity is going to be 1. Okay, so this is for the WebKit scroll bar and WebKit scroll bar track and the WebKit scroll bar thumb. All right, so make sure to note down all of these, save the file. So this is with respect to the animation part. Let's fix why it's not working within the page.tsx. Okay, so handle send is commented out. That might be an issue, not sure. Let's uncomment it. And also for the questions part, let's check it out once. Yeah, so for the questions, on click is not given. Let me just check what exactly needs to be given. So I think we need to call the handle send of queue, correct? So here I'm going to say on click, take in a function and call the handle send of queue. Save. So let's also check out the API.ts where the issue might be present. Okay, let me check my previous code, that is for the API.ts file, specifically the streaming function, because that's not working. Okay, again a typo error, so it should be session_id. That is what the backend expects. Save. Okay, so as you can see, animation is working. That's really good. Let's reload once. And again, I'm going to type in the same question. What are the symptoms of malaria? Enter. There you go. Animation is working. So hopefully the streaming is also going to work. Let's see if at all. And there you go. Just like that, it worked. I was just showing you the code. That's the reason the starting point was not shown correctly. But you were able to see the last 3 lines. It was working properly fine. And boom, even the sources from the Gale Encyclopedia is being shown. 12.3 seconds. So this is obtained from page number 2348. That is from this piece of line, and also from page number 2347 as well. And also over here, as you can see, the title for this specific chat got changed. Initially it was new chat, and as soon as the answer completed, it went to what are the symptoms of malaria. That's really cool. So we have developed a really good application with the help of your Gale Encyclopedia. Let's test this out one more time. So next over here, I'm going to say new chat. As you can see, we are in the new chat, so we can delete this chat as well. As you can see, that got deleted from our user sessions. Here I'm going to paste the new question. That's going to be, what is the difference between type 1 and type 2 diabetes? Enter. There you go. It's currently loading and searching your Pinecone vector database, and boom, just like that, it is giving all of the results. That is definition, causes, symptoms. That was for type 1. Now it's giving for type 2 as well, and it is completely scrollable as well. Oh, okay, so there is some issue with respect to the scrolling part. Let me just fix that up. Actually, we have given that overflow y of scroll. Okay, wrong spelling. Okay, overflow y. Save. There you go. Just like that, this issue is fixed, and we are also able to see the scroll bar as well. Okay, and boom, as you can see, even for this specific question as well, we are able to see all of the proper answers from the Gale Encyclopedia, and even it is given the page sources as well. And you can even try to copy this answer just how you use it in ChatGPT or let's say Claude, and this answer is copied. You can paste it in any of the tab as well. As you can see, that got pasted. So yes, this part is working properly fine. And even the latest chat is getting over here onto the top, as you can see, because this is the latest chat we have done. That is, what is the difference between your type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Now let's say I'm gonna do a new chat, and I'm gonna enter a new question that is gonna say what causes kidney failure. Okay, let's press on enter. So it's currently thinking and then retrieving all of the data from the backend, and just like that, in seconds it is giving all the required data, as you can see. Okay, so it is giving a good chunk of information, which is actually pretty impressive. There you go. Again, it is given all of the required data for us, and it has given the sources as well, that is from page 918, 919, and then page 76 as well. So even over here in the left hand side, it is working properly fine. Okay, so you can try to log in, log out, you can try to create a new user, you can try to create a new chat as well, and this is working properly fine. So now let's give one more question, that is with respect to COVID-19. So this information is not present in that encyclopedia. So let's see what exactly it gives. It should say I do not know, and this information is not present within the data which you have given. So let's see what happens. There you go. Just like that, it says I don't have sufficient information in the encyclopedia to answer this accurately, but it has given some pages with respect to this specific question. Okay, so yes, this part is done. We have completed the project, and if you like this project, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So we built two parts, that is a front end Next.js and backend is Python Flask backend, and we'll be building more projects in the AI space. So if you find this interesting, please do hit the subscribe button, and let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching.